I want to call the May 18th, 2015 Board of Supervisors Workshop to order. I'll lead us in the pledge, and Mr. Tucker's going to lead us in the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, this past week, a ceremony was held in Washington to memorialize the law enforcement officers of America who lost their lives in the line of duty in 2014. 13 representatives from the Sheriff's Department and fire departments from Powhatan attended. In 2014, 51 officers across the nation lost their lives, nearly double the number from the previous year. We've gone mad. I ask for a moment of silence to reflect on the violent deaths of these men and women and on the agonies that their families have gone through in the interim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any requests to postpone agenda items, add, delete, or change the order in the presentation of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented by the County Administrator.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So I guess we approved the agenda as presented. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is our public comment period. This is the first of our this is the first of our 2 public comment periods. We invite the members of the public to share their thoughts on the matters and issues that are germane to county business. This is not a forum for criticism of specific individuals or attacks on any persons or groups. It is also not the forum for political campaigning or promoting a business. Please keep your comments focused on the issues and subject matter of which this board has responsibility. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes as an individual and 5 minutes as a group. And please state your name when you come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Max Timberlake, Jr., 1479 Dorset Road. I'm also the president of the Powhatan Farm Bureau. I'm here in support of the funding for the Cooperative Extension Service programs. Last fall, our Farm Bureau presented to you our Ag Vision for the county. Again, I want to thank you for your support you've provided to date. As you're aware, these programs are primarily financed by the General Assembly with some county contributions. I believe it is in the best interest of Powhatan to take full advantage of these programs to get our share of the state tax money back in Powhatan. Both our state and local Farm Bureau have worked hard to have the General Assembly fund the cooperative extension. Unless we take advantage of these types of programs, we will leave our Powhatan money on the table. Some may ask, why is Farm Bureau interested in this position? I thought they were all about farming. Farm Bureau's interest spans all the way from the farm to the table. We need to invite the FCS agent to our table. I will list just a few of the areas of the Family and Consumer Sciences agent support. Cooking on a budget, childhood obesity prevention, safe food preparation and handling, buying and preparing local and seasonal foods, nutrition for people with diabetes, heart disease, and other illnesses, support for our farmers market volunteers, introducing children to container gardening as a way to connect growing your own food, working with community gardens. The Family Nutrition Program mission is to teach limited resource families and youth how to make healthier food choices. The FCS agent also provides a variety of home preservation workshop designed to teach participants how to safely can, freeze, and dry their own food. The Household Water Quality Program provides education and affordable water testing for those who rely on wells, springs, cisterns for their household water. When was the last time you had your well tested? Do you know if it's safe? The Master Food Volunteer Program helps extensions reach more of our citizens, such as demonstrations at farmers markets and other local events. Nutrition and Wellness promotes health, eating, and physical activity relevant to children, adults, and our aging population. Family, they offer educational programs and resources on topics that affect families throughout the life cycle, whether it's raising children, caring for aging adults, or focusing on personal health. They also work in areas of child development, parenting, and child home care. Master Financial Education Volunteer Program. These volunteers focus on helping families build their financial capacity through classes on topics such as managing money, planning for home ownership, getting out of debt, retirement planning, and preventing identity theft. The program also provides one-on-one mentoring. Older adults. Adults older than 65 years represent about 13% of our population. Planning for the late years of life are critical. Extension agents help to consider what one needs to be prepared in terms of financial, legal, medical, and living options. Disaster Education Network. The FCS position delivers research-based education programs tied to local needs directed towards families and individuals. You will notice a recurring phrase throughout this list. It is volunteer. I think you are well aware of the value-added volunteers contribute across our county. Our local extension staff has an outstanding record for organizing literally an army of volunteers in support of the many programs, both young and old. I believe with the help from funding from Virginia Tech and the county, this position will prove to be an outstanding return on investment for our taxpayers. In summary, the extension programs are critical to our ability to achieve both the Board of Supervisors and the Farm Bureau's vision for our county. Thank you for your service to our county.
Thank you, Mr. Timberlake.
Brooks Bradbury Smith, 3548 Richards Run. The whole art of government consists first in the art of being honest. It is always good to be reminded of the words of some intelligent and educated Republicans like Mr. Jefferson and further Mr. Lincoln, who remind us that upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject we as a people can be engaged in. I have been engaged in this subject for 22 years, and it has been my life's work to enrich our county's most important assets, our children. For many of those, and more often than not, I have continued to do this job at an increasing personal expense and little to no financial gain for my family. I am here tonight as an educator, as a taxpayer, dare I say it, a working wife, and most importantly, a mother of 3 children being educated in this division. And I am here to tell you to keep the 1 cent. Listen to my and many others' 2 cents worth and stop playing political games with our livelihood. You have used political doublespeak to indicate that teachers have received raises. A raise is when more money is in your hand. We have had 1 true raise in 8 years. All other increases have gone towards our health care and our retirement cost increases. You all seem to like to play with numbers, and some numbers that are very important to many of us because they impact us personally, financially. So here is a number I want for you all to consider, the number 13. The value of the raise that is being proposed for Powhatan County Public School employees equates to being paid for 13 extra minutes of work per day. 13 minutes. I dare say, and probably most of you can't know, that every educator in this room is giving you far more than that on a daily basis. So teachers, I need your help on this part. So let's embark on a little interactive lesson. If the following that I say is true for me, I want for you to raise your hand. I already give more than 13 minutes a day to my students. I have used my unpaid time to grade papers and create lessons. I have used my unpaid time and money to buy food for a child in my classroom. I have used my unpaid time and money to buy school supplies for a child. I have used my unpaid time and money to attend and support my students' extracurricular activities. I have used my unpaid time and money to attend a PTO, an after-school, an athletic club event, or fundraiser. I have used my unpaid time and money to buy school supplies so that I may teach. I have used my unpaid time and money to attend a professional development opportunity. And finally, teachers, this is the most important one. Because I am underpaid, I have had to seek a second source of income so that I can continue to work in education. Gentlemen, I hope you get the picture. 13 minutes. You are getting far more than you are paying for, and using teachers and those of us who serve our children as political pawns in election year theatric. It is cheap, it is dirty, and unfortunately, it is very transparent to many who will be casting their ballots in November. Trust that many in this room will cast their ballots for those who support our most valuable asset and the incredible educational system of this county that serves them far better than some of you are willing to at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
My name is Joanne Fico, 2762 Maidens Road, and I was asked at the last Library Board of Trustees meeting to come to speak to you on their behalf. We would like to first thank everybody up there for, I know you put in a lot of time and energy and a lot of work on this budget, and people don't realize just how much time and energy you put in there. So we'd like to acknowledge that. But we do support, as a group, the budget as presented by Mrs. Weiler. And we do support the implementation of the wage and compensation study that was recently done. The Library Board has felt for some time that the staff was underpaid, and this study confirmed it. And yes, there were a couple of 2% raises over the last couple of years, but when people are earning 10 or 20% below the going rate, they're still below a fair wage. The county needs capable and competent people. To do this, you must offer a competitive wage. This has been recognized by this board. This fact has been recognized by the board by its very actions. Over the last few years, there have been a few new hires at the top rungs of the ladder, and there have been a lot of eyebrows raised over salaries that have been paid to these people. In fact, I put in a few FOIA requests because there was so much speculation and talk going on. But you know what? You get what you pay for. If you want competent, capable people who are going to run this county well, you need to pay them a fair wage. With the library staff, you have been getting more than what you've been paying for. If you look at our summer reading, and I just picked this up because it's on the website now, and I gave Callie some copies if you'd like them, and look at just what we're doing, just the programming over the summer. We have the cooperative reading program with the school district. We have cooperative programs with 4-H. We have additional story times that tie into the older siblings' summer reading programs. We have additional family activities. We're offering 3 STEM camps, that's science, technology, engineering, and math, which is a focus of our schools right now, and 2 music programs. And this is just summer. It doesn't include the winter programs that address senior needs, school district class visits, homeschool programs for homeschoolers, just to name a few. This is all in addition to the day-to-day checking in books and everything else that you expect to see and happen at a library. So how does this all happen? Well, our library director, Mrs. Martin, is a wonderful director. I think she's a good leader, but you know what? She's not Superwoman. It's her staff that makes this all work. She did a library survey asking people what they think they needed at the library, and our staff pays attention to comments of our patrons. And then they come up with ideas that, you know, how can we do this? How can we fulfill these needs? And they're more than willing to help out. We don't have staff members who say, oh, that's not my job description, not part of my duties. They willingly take on extra duties to make this all work. But in reality, as much as they like their job, as much as they want a good library and they take pride in their work, they need a fair wage. I have seen 2 staff members leave in the last couple of years over wage issues. One, they downsized. Her kids grew up, they downsized, and she was moving a little farther away. And it just wasn't worth the commute, she said. She could get a job for that wage anywhere. So she just, it wasn't worth the expensive commuting. Our summer programs and all the programs that we have are what should be going on at a quality community library. To do this, we need to acquire and to keep good people, and this cannot be done without offering fair wages. As much as we need to acknowledge the future, and we need the county to manage and fulfill capital improvement items that have been long overdue, we understand that. But by the same token, we cannot dismiss the current needs and operations of the county today. You can't forget about today just because you're looking at tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Vico.
Jim Kunka, 1922 Mosley Road. I am speaking to you tonight as a citizen and not as a member of Powhatan County School Board. Mr. Chairman, announcing publicly that you do not support your local schools, that's political suicide. No one speaks those words. I think it's a safe bet to say that 10 elected officials that represent this county and the school board have all said it, they support public schools. Schools are a public good. Good local schools benefit everyone, whether they have school-age children or not. I come from a community in Ohio that did not value its public school system. It's one of the reasons why I'm here today in Virginia. There was nothing for me there when I graduated college. Stagnant property values, rising crime rates, high unemployment. It's the reason every other out-of-state plate you see in Virginia is an Ohio plate. We're all down here looking for work. So I'm confused by Mr. Hodges' stated support of our schools and his recent motion and proposal to cut the $402,000 from the school budget. Mr. Hodge and I had lunch at Rose's on March 6th at his request, and we discussed a number of school and county issues, and we found some common ground on two topics. One of them was the targeted salary correction that's in jeopardy today. As I described this strategy, and as one that I've supported for years, Mr. Hodge praised my efforts at the lunch, and he previously praised these efforts publicly at a joint meeting when we were having the SRP discussions. So if he had concerns, why didn't he bring them up with me? We were talking one-on-one, face-to-face. Now, I've heard some reasons. I've listened to the audio of your meeting, and I've heard some speculative reasons, like we've had 2% raises in a row, and Powhatan teachers are the second highest paid in the region, and I'll explain that in a minute. But bottom line is it doesn't matter whether we had 2 raises or 10, okay? 80% of our teachers are underpaid relative to their peer group, and virtually all of the members of the 5 target groups in this salary correction, teaching assistants, nurses, mechanics, cafeteria workers and managers and drivers, are all underpaid relative to their peer group. Now, the Powhatan County teachers being second highest paid in the region, that's a raw statistic. I think it's out of a Goochland County report. Just takes payroll divided by number of teachers, and you get a number. And really what that tells me is that we've got a lot of long-term dedicated Powhatan teachers who have stayed with Powhatan County schools. Powhatan County schools does pay more as you go up the pay scale. And so if a division has more senior members, their average pay is going to be higher. Like I said, 80% are underpaid, and you're going to be receiving a correction if we can do it. And these groups have been underpaid for years and years and years. We can fix this because of specific language in the legislation for the matching funds coming from the state. I want to extend another thank you to Mr. Nordvig for facilitating a meeting that he had with myself and Delegate Lee Ware, and we met with representatives from the DOE, and they subsequently sent us clarification on this legislation. So basically, Mr. Hodges' proposal puts the correction in jeopardy and forces us to walk away from the approximately $185,000 in state funds for salary corrections if we cannot give the local match. So it's not just $402,000 at stake. It's the 402 plus 185. It's more like $587,000. We also put $200,000 into a capital fund at the BOS request, which stops us from kicking the can down the road, but it's pulling the funds from this correction, and it just causes the same problem with our people's salaries. So we basically have same road, different can. We're not able to correct these salaries in one shot. And since statistics and numbers about Goochland County seem to be the popular thing these days, I want everybody to consider that there's 2,400 students in Goochland, and there's over 4,400 students in Powhatan, so the school budgets are vastly different. Goochland has a total assessed real estate property value of $4.35 billion versus Powhatan County's $2.99 billion. That's a 45% increase over Powhatan. The top 5 taxpayers in Powhatan contribute 1.2% of the company's real estate taxes, consisting mostly of individuals in South Creek. Powhatan shops at South Creek, whereas Goochland, the top 5 taxpayers contribute 8.8% of the revenue, and they include names such as Capital One, West Creek, Dominion Power, CarMax, and Luckstone. So please don't compare Powhatan County with Goochland County. It's a serious disservice, and it's misleading to the constituents, because in my opinion, we will never be able to have a tax rate as low as Goochland County with these kind of disadvantages that Powhatan County inherently has. So for me, please reconsider this motion and reappropriate the $402,000 and show the support for your school system that you have all stated you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
Valerie Ayers, 2123 Maple Cottage Road. I am District 3 School Board member, but I'm speaking as an individual tonight. I'm standing here this evening disappointed. My brother-in-law is a 2-star general in the military, and from conversations with him, I believe the only place for surprise attacks is in war. I believe, once again, that our boards had moved beyond that. The school board and the Board of Supervisors, as well as Dr. Jones and Mrs. Weiler, worked long and hard together to build a bridge between our boards. When we were halfway across this bridge, working well together, or so I thought, 2 board members struck a match and burned it down without warning. Where does that leave us? I believe it leaves us injured, but wanting desperately to continue to work together to benefit our community and our schools. Powhatan citizens deserve no less. I'm going out on a limb tonight and trust that Mr. Melton, Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Nordvik will do the right thing and fully fund the school board budget so we can move forward as anticipated, having had no communication to the contrary during all of our many hours in joint meetings. Thank you very much, and thank you to all of my dedicated employees that give so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers.
Good evening. My name is Brent Fleischer, and as you've heard from so many of my colleagues...
Can you please state your address, please?
Oh, yes. It is 1800 Jude's Ferry Road here in Powhatan. Now, as you are aware, and as you've heard this evening, Powhatan County is full of highly qualified and talented teachers. However, this, as you've heard, has been a very difficult time for us. Teachers that you trust to educate and keep children safe. Teachers who spend as much, if not more, time with children than their families do. Yet, instead of rewarding this critical resource, our teachers are denied the most basic luxuries of middle-class life, like owning a home. Not only am I a teacher at the high school, I am active and involved with the other schools through our partnership with the arts. I see firsthand how hard our teachers work with little resources. Most of the teachers I know have more than one job, and some are barely making ends meet. I know of at least 10 teachers who are considering a career change. These are excellent, enthusiastic, dedicated teachers, but they cannot continue to struggle financially. How will Powhatan continue to enjoy high rankings and awards as a wonderful place to raise a family if our school system does not fairly compensate our teachers? How will you attract new businesses and continue to be a leader in technology if people don't want to send their children to our schools? Teacher retention is vital to successful schools, and that starts with competitive salaries. You should be ashamed for what we have in our hands, and that's the education of our future. You better start paying your teachers well. The very least you can do is support the request for a pay increase to provide a modest raise for our teachers and to pay our teachers the same as surrounding counties that do not enjoy the successes that we do. It does not begin to correct years of neglect that our teachers have endured, but it's a start. Currently, families seek out Powhatan County and make it a top priority simply for the outstanding world-class school system. If you value our schools as outstanding and a top priority and want to continue being a beacon in education, then it is time to prove it. In top school systems such as Powhatan, teachers should earn both higher pay and higher prestige. Right now, you have a rare opportunity to fundamentally reshape our county's future, and it begins with the teacher, the single most important influence in student success. You need to use your influence right now to make a huge difference in our county. Refusing a pay raise and increasing class sizes tells us that we are not important and we are not valued as part of this community. Many people tell me teachers aren't motivated by money, and there's a lot of truth to that. Teaching wasn't ever just a job for me. It was a way of life. But that's no justification to force teachers to take second jobs, live outside the community where they work, or leave the profession altogether to support a family. When we undervalue a profession, we essentially tell prospective recruits they shouldn't bother, or if they do, that they must take a vow of poverty. There must be another way. Counties that are serious about public education offer their teachers professional salaries. We should join them. Staying competitive with neighboring districts and counties is beneficial to Powhatan. We are nearing the bottom of the list when it comes to this issue, and while we are not demanding that we be first, all of us should view being last as unacceptable. Doing nothing is not a strategy. Doing nothing is worse than not succeeding in helping your educators. Doing nothing is failure. Education is an economic incentive, not a liability. The future of our kids and Powhatan's educators is all at stake. Now, earlier you saw all the educators raise their hand, and it's time that you start valuing all of us who are in this audience wearing black and orange and who bleed black and orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Greg Owenby, 2233 Mountain View Road. I think one of the biggest questions that we have to ask ourselves as a community and as community leaders is, why do people come here? Do they come here because of the businesses? Do they come here because of the tax rate? Or do they come here because of the schools? Most people that you ask, especially if they have children, they come to Powhatan because of the schools. We have an excellent reputation, but you have to pay for that, and you have to maintain a good workforce in that school too. Last meeting, Mr. Williams, I think you talked about this budget is about infrastructure, and you're correct. But infrastructure, children are infrastructure. Teachers are also infrastructure too. They can also be the bedrock of this community. We can be concerned about tax rates and getting businesses to come here, but I see Bojangles. I'm excited about Bojangles. It's about to open. Another auto parts store. Paying teachers a good salary helps to ensure that our kids aren't going to work at Bojangles for the rest of their lives. We're investing in them. And so when you ask, teachers have gotten 2% raises over the past couple of years. And again, as Ms. Smith said correctly, that first 2% raise was basically to cover more of a VRS contribution that we were given, and also to cover more health care. I believe some teachers didn't get a pay raise, actually. They actually got a pay cut that year. We have gotten pay cuts as well previous to those. So we did get 2% raise, and I thank you for that. The teachers thank you for that, and we work very hard for that too. But for about 8 years, we've been doing more with less. The kids of this county, you know, we take the brunt of the budget cuts. They don't get harmed because we make sure they don't get harmed. All we ask is that we feel like we're appreciated every once in a while. This correction isn't necessarily a raise. Lucky for me, I'm in the 13-year mark, so I'm right there at the sweet spot, and I would appreciate that step increase. But when you look and to see a new teacher coming in makes about $2,000 or $3,000 less than I, and I've been teaching for 13 years, that's kind of tough. And I've seen a lot of teachers leave this county and go either to other counties and go into the private sector. So it's a free market economy. But if you create a market that drives good teachers out, that's not good for this economy, and it's not good for the infrastructure of this county. So I think you need to consider that teachers and children are infrastructure too. So reconsider, please, taking away that $400,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmgren.
Justin Stocker, 886 Genito West Boulevard. I just want to come today just to express my views. I've been in this county for 14 years, been a resident and educator. My wife is an educator here as well. We have 2 children in our school system. We love it here. We love our jobs. It's a tough job, but we do it every year because we love it. And most of us here have been here through some tough times, through the recession. We had a 1.2% decrease. And most of us stayed. Most of us stayed where we were because we knew we had to do it. I mean, it wasn't really an option. We were loyal and we were willing to take the cut. The next year, we had a huge reduction in staff, retired teaching positions, instructional assistants. Our schools have done such a great job of cutting costs, and we had to take on a lot of additional responsibilities because of those cuts. ISS position was cut, so we have extra responsibilities. Library assistants have been cut, nurse assistants have been cut, a lot of positions have been cut, and it's really putting more of a burden on the rest of us who are here. So we really have been patient, and we hope that you would reconsider not doing this cut. We thank you for the last 2 years for supporting the schools, and we just ask that you continue to support us this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Docker.
Bill Cox, 1405 Giles Bridge Road. I'm going to give you a little break from the schools for a second because there's another thing that's near and dear to my heart that I'd like to talk about. First of all, I'm a farmer. My wife and I own a small vegetable and berry farm. I'm at the forefront of small farm production and promotion in Powhatan County and has been for the past 2 or 3 years. I'm on the Planning Commission. My wife, India, is on the board of the Free Clinic. She's on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. She's on the board of the Farmers Market. And she ran the Festival of the Grape for 3 years. I tell you these things only for one reason. It's because we donate an enormous amount of time to this county. We love this county, and we have concerns of the governance of this county. Now, last fall, November to be exact, India got a call on one cold night, and it was Gail Timberlake. Gail called and said, I'm going to run the District 2 supervisor position in the special election. And I'd like you, India, to be my campaign manager. And India looked at me, and we talked, and I said, Gail Timberlake's a wonderful person, make a splendid candidate. Let me help you, me talking to my wife, India, any way that I can. So we only had but one thing to do, and that's to beat Larry Norvig, the guy right up there. We worked hard. Gail was a wonderful person to work with. They assembled a grand group of people, but so did Mr. Norvig and the Republican Party. They had Lee Ware knocking on doors, and there was even a sighting of Pat McSweeney in the field. Now, no one can confirm that he actually knocked on a door, but there was a sighting. But in the end, Mr. Norvig prevailed. And so now I've got to do something that I don't normally do, and that's I've got to compliment Pat McSweeney. Pat, you found a candidate that was wonderfully incisive in his work. He worked hard, he had a strong message, and he utilized all of the resources you provided. So, Mr. McSweeney, wherever you are, my compliments. But the race was over, and I realized I knew really very little about Mr. Norvig. He was an Annapolis graduate and a fighter pilot, but beyond that, I knew little. But then I started hearing hearing about meetings that Mr. Norvig was convening across the county as he was working on his job one, which was get up to snuff with the budget. And I started to hear some very nice things about Mr. Norvig at those meetings, compliments about the way he conducted them and the information that he was looking for. And so that made me feel better about the loss of the election. And then one day, I received a call, and it was Mr. Norvig. And he wanted to know what I thought about economic development and agriculture in this county. And so I was delighted to meet with him, but I was also surprised. Surprised because he's the only Republican supervisor that ever has had any interest in the work that I've been doing in the county. We met, found some things we agreed on, found some things we didn't agree on. But Larry began to morph from Larry the candidate to Larry the person. Now, I do not pretend to be an expert on Larry Norvig, but what I've learned, one, he likes unfiltered information for making a decision. He likes a lot of information, but it is not a dodge to put off making a decision. He gathers information so that he can do the best for District 2 in the county. And yes, his thought process is independent, and he's honest about it. He cares about how people are treated. We both talked about having been in situations where we worked for people who wanted us to fail.
Mr. Cox, pause for a second, please. Tom, would you consider this political campaigning?
That it's not germane to county business that I'm aware of, so it's chairman's discretion, but I would say that our public...
Please, Mr. Cox, try to wrap your comments up and keep them away from political campaigning. And
I'm not running for campaign, Mr. Melton. And,
okay.
I just wanted to comment on activities in the county, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess that would be germane to the county.
Getting back to what I found out about Mr. Norvig is he cares how people are treated, and then both of us have been in situations where we were asked, where we worked for people who wanted us to fail. That's a terrible situation to be in my opinion, a mortal sin. He has no use for enemies list or anything that surrounds that type of approach in politics, which brings us really to the rest of the story, the Paul Harvey moment. Mr. Norvig has been in his office for slightly over 90 days. Indy and I, who worked hard to defeat him, think he's doing a good job for the citizens of District 2 and the county at large. And we've been delighted to get to know him better. He's shown us what a Republican can truly be. On the other hand of the side, there's a select group of people who recruited him and helped get him elected, hereafter referred to as Central Command, who consider him fish bait. They are powerful and intend to replace him as Republican candidate for District 2. So I and Central Command view Mr. Norvig through very different lenses. So let's make this easy. I told you earlier about 5 things that I liked about Mr. Norvig. Expressed as character traits, they are intellect, curiosity, decisiveness,
Mr.
empathy
Cox,
for others,
please wrap it up.
honesty, and maybe you should ask Central Command why this does not make a good supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Anyone else wishing to come forward, you please come forward at this time. Okay, I'll close the public comment period. We move on to appointments, boards, commissions, and committees. We have the Extension Leadership Council. Mr. Hodges is in your district, and you asked for another couple weeks.
Yes, Mr. Melton, thank you. Wanted to wait to see, as the board has been customary to do on these positions, since we kind of have a new policy on that, is people can apply, and I think the citizens here know this, since obviously they dedicate many hours on other matters, and that is people can apply to a position online now. You can look for volunteer opportunities for the county on the website, and you can submit an application for positions that are open for boards or commissions, whether they be related to certain county business or the Extension Service. And one of those is, of course, the Extension Leadership Council. which I've had a lot of work with in my volunteer hours over the last 10 years for the Powhatan 4-H shooting team. Been there just about at every practice the last 10 years supporting that group. Mr. Barham and others have been there teaching those kids this issues of safety, issues of character, and perseverance. And one of those gentlemen that's on that Extension Leadership Council now is Mr. Johns Bailey, and has served well on that council. But I wanted to wait to see if anybody else actually came in and would maybe look to join that team as well in putting in those volunteer hours to help that. So with that, I would renominate Mr. Bailey. I spoke with him previously to the Extension Leadership Council. Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
This time we'll move on to action items. First action item I have was 8A, Resolution R 2015-47, adoption of the operating budget for the FY 2016 appropriation of funds. I move that we adopt the Resolution R 2015-47.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I believe I have a motion still on the floor with regards to that. I believe, like the last meeting, if my history served me right, and Mr. Lashney can correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tom. Still have a motion there sitting there pending with regards to that motion or that resolution that you put forward. And I would move to renew basically that motion to amend that resolution as presented previously on the board's docket and on the transcript as well.
Mr. Lashley, can you give us some clarity here?
Yeah, technically, the way this needs to happen is at the last meeting, a motion was made by Mr. Hodge, and ultimately the determination was postponed until the June 1st meeting. So technically, that's the current status of the matter. So what the first thing that needs to happen is, if we want to address it tonight, you need from somebody who was on a prevailing side on the deferral, which I thought was 4-1 or 5-0, so pretty much anybody. 4-1. So one of the four would have to make a motion to reconsider the deferral, and because otherwise it's on the agenda for June 1. So the first step would be a motion to reconsider the deferral, because that's the way to get it onto tonight's agenda for action.
Then I would make that motion, Mr. Lashney, if I understood incorrectly, just a motion to reconsider that motion to amend as originally presented.
To defer. So what we're doing is reconsidering the deferral to June 1. And basically, if that passes, then it's appropriate for the agenda for this evening.
So just to understand, he's asking a motion to defer the vote.
No. The current status, legal status, is it's been deferred to June 1st. In order to get it on tonight's agenda, somebody of the four that voted for the deferral has to move to reconsider that deferral.
Okay.
And then that has to prevail. And if that prevails, then that deferral is done away with, and boom, it's on our agenda for tonight.
Right. So do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
All right. Now the technical status of it is Mr. Hodge's motion with all those numbers is the current pending motion before the board, because that motion was simply deferred, and so when it was put back on the agenda this evening, his motion had not been acted upon. So the motion that's currently pending, he doesn't even have to make it again. The motion that's currently pending is Mr. Hodge's motion to approve an amended budget with all of the amendments that he listed, which I hope nobody asks me to repeat because I can't.
Okay. Any comments? And we'll call for the vote.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Go right ahead.
Just a couple of points. And it's good we have the number of citizens we have here this evening throughout the budget process. I wish we would have more meetings like this. That's good. That's a good thing to have the citizen input, to come down to the aisle. Your First Amendment right protects you to do that. That's exactly what the First Amendment's there for, is to actually come there and let your elected officials know, whether, of course, you can do it by a phone call and email it too as well, but it's great to hear people come and do that. So I'm encouraged by the number of people here this evening. That's tremendous. That's a great turnout, and we should continue to do that in the county so that those commitments that you make wherever you work in the county and whatever level you work at, they transfer also up here to the board as well. But I want to just mention several reasons for my motion. And first, what I want to do is address the county side, because there's really two sides of my motion, which I think some people might be a little confused about. And it's always good to have clarity, and especially in a public meeting in this form. It's tremendous. This is what the founders envisioned, that you would have a vigorous, robust debate on these issues, and then there would be a decision made and you would move forward. So that's the way our republic works, and I want to continue in that tradition. But a couple of points. On the county side, there was a lot of mention this evening of some of this, but on the county side, then I'll address the school side as well. On the county side, the reason for my motion was basically, if you look at the proposed budget as proposed, it deals with basically two areas of additional spending. One is obviously an increase in number of positions. Another area of the county side also increases with regards to a number of salary increase based on a compensation study. It is true that this board, during the toughest budgets in this county's history while I was chairman, we funded 2% increases on our side and then gave that additional funding to the schools during those years to the other side as well, so the school board could decide how to spend it. As the teachers mentioned, the school board had decided to, those last couple of years, to give a salary increase as well. The reason I want to mention this compensation study with regards to the county, last year there was no mystery of this. When it was brought forward by the county administrator, I can speak just for myself, but there might be other board members who want to speak to this issue as well. We had done a salary increase the prior year. That was the second year we were in office for both county, and tried to provide initial funds or enough funds for a salary increase for teachers as well, because they hadn't had one for over 5 years at that point, as our knowledge at that stage had demonstrated. And so what we did is I clearly spoke in public. There was no secret about this at all. This was back over a year ago. It's all on the record, both in the workshops and the meetings, that I was reluctant to vote for a second year in a row, because most of the private sector as well as even the state government was not receiving those. However, I did vote for that. That was the second one in a row for county, as well as sending additional funding to the schools above what we had previously funded in prior years from the county transfer, so the school board then could decide what its priorities were with regards to funding. And of course, the school board, as you know, decides how to spend it. We just send it over, and they decide where it goes. So what we did is I was very clear on that record that I would not be voting for another one. That was crystal clear over a year ago, and as far as that's concerned, my position has not changed. So as to the county, I said it was better last year to wait for the compensation study so we could solve any possible salary compression issues on our side. However, I was not in the majority of that. I thought that was the wise thing to do. Wait a year, give a raise, wait a year, get that salary study so you could find out if we had salary compression on our side, and then deal with it. However, that wasn't the case. So I want to make that clear, because I think it's important that we had given those two raises in some of the most difficult budget years in the county's history. Second point I wanted to make is the fact of the issue with regards to, on the county side, with regards to infrastructure. The county has huge needs, as you know, if you've been at any of these meetings throughout the budget process. And we learned in the workshops, the joint workshops with the school board, which were advocated by Mr. Williams and certainly advocated by me, that we have a series of them, not just one or two, but a whole series of them, to work together with the school board to prioritize that huge list of things that both the schools had and we had. We learned in those workshops that initially to fund those needs, we'd need about an 11-cent tax raise. But as we worked together on that, we realized that this could be done without a tax raise into the future, and that we could fund those needs. However, there was a catch. There always is. The catch was you had to put more money away now for infrastructure. You had to start saving now to pay as you go. You couldn't wait or delay those needs, whether it be the junior high or the bus garage, or whether it be the radio system for the county side. And so what we did is, working through that, we clearly saw through that budget process, went through many meetings, and it's formulated over time, that nearing the end of that, we finally realized that, gee whiz, we can actually do this without a tax increase in the future. We can actually fund our capital needs. That's great news. But we have to provide for infrastructure. So my motion on the county side provides additional funding, about $500,000, a little more than $500,000, for infrastructure needs. That's infrastructure needs both for, obviously, as you know, for the schools as well as the county, and we worked together on that. Dr. Jones and the board was very good in prioritizing that list for us. Obviously, the junior high, as you know, was at the top of that list. The bus garage has been there about 30 years or so. So obviously, it's a need. And in fact, even this evening, you'll see later on the agenda, we're even taking further action with regards to that bus garage. We're moving forward on that. We're not waiting, and that's a good thing. So on the county side, these issues of the compensation study and the salary increases back to back, I thought we should wait for that data to see where we're at, to better adjust those salaries if need be, just like on the school sides. Got some salary compression issues that Mr. Kunk and I did talk about. And was not in favor, of course, this year of that at this time, but actually in favor of putting that money to those capital needs now, so we can pay as you go without a tax increase into the future. So on the school side, as you know, the schools board is in charge of spending. We don't control how the school board spends that. We know that from the prior year and the SRP issues of how it was spent. We know that from just you working there. And my mother taught public schools for 29 years, God rest her soul, in California. And she was from a divorced family, and she had to make ends meet just like you're doing. That was back in the 70s and 80s, but no different than today. Worked a second job as well. So firsthand, I knew what mom had to go through because she was my mom, and she was a public school teacher from what was claimed to be the best trend-setting jurisdiction in the nation, California, in the 70s and 80s, which still sets some of those trends. So I'm no foreigner to the issue of public schools. I'm no foreigner to that type of issue. And in fact, if you remember, this board has sent over to the schools, over the last period of time this board's been in office, we've increased funding every single year beyond the county transfer from the prior year. So every year we have been providing more funding to those schools because we do consider it a priority. It's in the state constitution. We take a note to that. So we fulfill that by doing that and listening to those needs. So on the county side, what my motion entailed was, and in Dr. Jones's letter is in here in the packet this evening. I think I encourage everybody to read it if they haven't seen that. It was very good to see that letter because what it said was basically what I'm telling you, and that is school board decides how to spend that. Obviously, you've got some capital needs over there. We're aware of those. They want to add some positions. We know about that. There's this salary compression issue. I've talked to Mr. Kunk about that. We had a good discussion. We had to talk about that. And acknowledge that you had those issues. But the school board's in charge of spending that, and Dr. Jones' letter is really good in the packet, and if you look at it, it's right in there. And that is the school board hasn't yet decided how to prioritize those. If it received less funding than that, it might not be able to do all of those, but it could do some of those or a combination of some. So a school board raise, even with what my motion sent over, which was an additional $400,000 and change, a little bit more than $400,000, to the schools on that side actually provided enough for that salary increase. The state match, our share, we found out through a long process, was about 287, I think. 287,000 was what it was, to match the state share for that salary increase for salary compression. So that still can be done even with my motion that I sent. Perhaps what can't be done is you can't have everything in 1 year, and we realize that even on the county side, and you know that in your own family budgets. You might not be able to do everything this year. We realize the 11-cent tax increase for doing all the capital needs in one fell swoop was not what the county could do. So there's still that potential on that side certainly sitting there. We sent more money over. My motion actually sent more money, and it was 4-1. Only Mr. Melton, obviously, if you look back at the record, voted no at that time and wanted to move forward for his reasons that he stated on the record to, at that time, just go ahead and pass the budget without any further discussion. But it's good we're having a discussion. That's great. So all of my board members at that time said, yeah, let's think about this. This is an idea that we should consider. Mr. Norvig as well and Mr. Tucker. And that's good. So I want to address those because I think there's perhaps a misunderstanding here or a misperception of things. Take it as you see it. But the bottom line is it is factual that we've increased funding every single year for the schools since we've been in office. Now, the prior board, you're right, didn't necessarily do that. You guys had some very difficult cuts. I talked with Dr. Mira when she was in the superintendent's position about those issues, and the county on its side really wasn't cutting. But that certainly changed after the elections in November of last 4 years ago. So I wanted to address those issues because I think it's important to realize those, that the funding is still there for how the school board might choose to do that. You're correct. They have to probably make some prioritization decisions. And certainly over the last few years, as we've learned, those decisions are for them to make, not for us to make, whether even it's the SRP, whether it's, millions of dollars to a program. That's for them to decide. It's not for us. And that's something that the teachers and them have to work through in that process as they are the commanding staff, so to speak, of the employees of the school. So I want to put those forward. I still think the bottom line is this, is we need to fund those capital needs. We need to do those without a tax increase for the citizens. That includes the teachers. The bottom line is this, is it's difficult, you're right, to own a home in Powhatan or live in Powhatan. That's a real problem this board has struggled with. And why is that? You have to look at those issues with regards to taxation first, I think. The schools are good. We gave that money back on the Jason project the first year, worked with Dr. Mira on that so that could be funded. So my motion is to basically put that money in capital so we can address those needs as quickly as possible that Dr. Jones and the school board worked out on prioritization. And it's not to ignore or neglect or forget the teachers who are the backbone of the school system, as my mother was. She taught the little grades, first and second, the little guys. And I understand infrastructure, but I do want to make one comment. And I will never refer to a person or a child as a piece of infrastructure. They are a body soul with an eternal existence beyond this room. They're humans. They're not infrastructure. We need to provide infrastructure so that the schools can do their job, whether it's the junior high or the school bus garage. But I will never think of them that, and no one will ever persuade me differently as long as I live on this planet. So I want to make those points because I think it's important. And the reasons for my motion was actually, in the end, to get that junior high renovated quicker and faster, to get the school bus garage done quicker and faster. It's been sitting there for 30 years. It was to put money in capital now, to move it now, and still allow the school board to decide a prioritization if they believe salary compression has been there for those 8 years, they've been there for 4, they can address that still. They have to prioritize, yes. You may not get everything that they listed, that's true. But then again, when your students ask you for everything they want to do, you're rarely unable to deliver everything. You got to make those expectations realistic. So those were the reasons for my motion, and I just wanted to point those out so that people were clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Anyone other comments? I have one comment, and it really just has to say, I too appreciate everybody here. Had maybe we been more open and shared our views during all the 6 budget meetings, then we would have had this type of participation. I call the vote, please. All in
comment, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Okay, Mr. Norby, go ahead.
I've got a statement to make. It's going to take a few minutes, so get comfortable. Grab your popcorn. Since our last meeting on May 4th, this budget discussion to me is no longer just about numbers. It's about transparency and fairness. That, to me, is the real issue. I'll get to that in a minute. But let's take a look at the proposed budget we've been working on for the last 3 months since the day I took this job and my reasoning for voting for it. The board directed the county administrator, Ms. Weiler, to prepare a proposed budget with a flat tax rate, a balanced budget, and using conservative numbers. Mrs. Weiler and the county staff did just that. And that is what we've been considering for really about 10 meetings over a 3-month period, including 3 joint sessions with the school board. In simple terms, I'll bring it down to your everyday household budget. This budget, you've got your income, you've got your checkbook that you write things for. We are not spending more than our income. We have a balanced budget here. Then there's your savings account. We have the 15% required in the savings account that for us would mean a 3-month, let's say, salary contingency fund, for an individual household. So we have money in the piggy bank. We are expecting increased revenues. We don't know the exact number. Any increased revenues we don't have a place to put right now will go into that piggy bank, so it's going to get even more full. Okay? So this is not a tax and spend budget. As requested, it is conservative in assumptions, and it's conservative in construction. Significantly, it includes a teacher raise, which we've been discussing tonight, which includes not only teachers, don't forget, school nurses, mechanics, bus drivers, and more. Opponents of this budget ask why we need one, since we just had a 2% increase. Others say we average the second highest pay rates in the region. Why a raise? And here's why. And Callie, could you please put up that graph, and I'll pass these around. There you go, Carson. I want everybody to get a picture, and I think you can see it. There's a green line across the middle, horizontal line across the middle. Thanks. All right, that's your average, the green line in the center. What you're looking at across the top is the number of years that a teacher has served, and down the left-hand side, if you can slide that over a little, Callie, I don't know, is the ranking compared to the other counties in our region, and it's the usual people, the Chesterfield, the Henrico, the Hanover, but also Goochland, and I think Louise is in there, and there are others. So what you're looking at, the red line, okay, so the left scale is if It's a 1 at the top. That's first ranked in the region. That's the left-hand scale. And it goes down to last 11th ranked at the bottom. From left to right across the top, you got a first-year teacher, second-year teacher, et cetera, service in years, all the way out to 39 and beyond. So when you look at this is what I call the Big Dipper pay scale. Okay? Couple points here. Yes, it is actually mathematically true. We are the second highest paid average in the region, as has been brought up. And I think Mr. Konka addressed that when he was at the podium. But look at the right end of that scale. You'll see that the people who have seniority are paid handsomely compared to others in the region. And that puts that, we're the second highest paid thing, way out of whack. Now I want you to concentrate on that dipper for a minute. 70 to 80% of the teachers are in there. That's people that have to go to Food Lion with real money in their hand and hand it to a cashier, and they don't really want to hear that, well, I don't quite have enough for my family's food, but, you know, we got a 2% pay raise last year. That's not going to cut it. They need real dollars and cents, and they're in that dip. I want you to, this is very significant to me. We've got higher wages for new hires. That attracts them in, and that works. But imagine somebody like me. I have been a teacher. I came in through the career switcher program. I was automatically at 5 years the day I stepped aboard. I taught at Patrick Henry High School in Hanover County and loved it. If you start at about year 8, the dip begins. So you're talking about from about year 8 or 9 all the way to about the year 28 or 29 before you come back above that green average line. So imagine the job interview when you say, hey, we're going to start you out with a pretty good salary compared to everybody around here. But somewhere around, for me, it would have been just a few years later, you're going to spend 20 years in the dumper when it comes to salary. But take heart. When you're a 39-year teacher, you're going to be rolling in it. I'll tell you the effect that had on me. I taught in Hanover County, and I live right here. Enough said. I want you to scroll down, please, Callie. Okay, I told you it's not just about teachers. Here's the next one. Teaching assistant, salary rank. Look at them dip below that green line and never come back. Next one, please. Mechanic salary rank. They start below the green line and they don't have a prayer. Next one, transportation driver salary rank. Same story, okay? I'm done with these. Thank you, Callie. I'm going to continue my comments. I just wanted everybody to get a visual on that so you know what's going on. That is compression. That's the problem that Mr. Konka, myself, Delegate Lee Ware, and others started working on before I was elected, actually, downtown at the Capitol, and continued since. We have a chance to get a partial state match. It's not exact. It was approved by a supermajority GOP House of Delegates, and it allows us to correct this broken pay scale you just saw with laser-focused target increases. It is not a flat raise for everyone. In fact, the last 2% flat raise actually made that chart worse because the people at the top end got a lot more money. 2% of that money is a lot more than the one down in the bottom of the Big Dipper, somewhere around 10 or 12 years. It actually made that graph go worse. This is why the school raise needs to be done. We are not guaranteed this match again. It will only be more expensive to do it later. It does kick this can down the road. I'm not willing to do that. We will return to a more competitive position, ensuring quality teachers and staff for years to come. A reminder, the schools are one of our largest employers as well. The value of our schools dictates the value of our homes and the attractiveness to potential businesses and families that come to Powhatan. It is the largest contributor to our economic engine. But most important of all to me, correcting this dismal pay scale sends a message to our teachers and county employees. And that message is, we care. You matter, you are valuable, and we are rewarding you for your service to our children and for your professionalism, your long hours outside the classroom, and the extra time you spend leading clubs, putting on events, and grading an endless stream of papers at home. Been there, done that. As a former certified teacher in Virginia, I've seen the pay stubs. I've got money in the VRS system. I've come to one conclusion. You deserve this pay raise, and you deserve the best. I'm going to vote to show my appreciation, not just talk about how I appreciate the schools and the teachers, but I'm going to vote to show you that I appreciate you. By the way, here's what other counties are doing. I got just a couple minutes to go. We're not somehow out of whack here with this budget and this thought process. In fact, our budget looks favorable in comparison to our neighbors. A quick review of local headlines reads, Appomattox County Supervisors approve a 5-cent real estate tax increase, provides some raises for county and school employees. Teachers praise Bedford School Board for adopting budget with raise. Goochland, Board of Supervisors approves annual budget, holds tax rate, includes an increase in budget for the county school system. Chesterfield, Supervisors pass budget, put focus on long-term planning, includes a 2% raise for all county government and school system employees. That's what's going on around us. We're not out of whack here at all. The budget we've been working on for 3 months is reasonable and workable. Last week, unfortunately, we had a new budget proposal introduced at the 11th hour by Mr. Hodge and seconded by Mr. Williams, just minutes before we were required by law to vote on the school portion. It is important to remember that the school portion is the lion's share of the entire budget. During 3 months of meetings, their proposal was never mentioned in public. I will admit I was aware of some of the line items. I did talk about this with them. It had been, from my recollection, quite some weeks since before May 4th. I felt it was delivered ambush style. I had no idea they were going to propose it May 4th, none whatsoever, and I discussed that with Mr. Williams right before the meeting. I thought it caught off guard the 3 members of this board, the county staff, the school board, with whom we have been working hard to rebuild trust and have now re-damaged that trust, the teachers, parents, citizens of the county. No time for public discussion, no time for intelligent consideration, no time to warn departments affected by the cuts. It cuts at least $700,000 from the budget, including totally cutting the expected teacher's pay raise, which, as I said, affects school nurses, mechanics, bus drivers, and others. 1 penny off the tax rate. $20 on a $200,000 house. We're not asking for a tax increase here. We're just holding the line. We're just asking citizens pay one more time $20 that they're paying already so that we can correct your pay. To me, it's not about the tax rate of the money. It's about how it was done. I don't go for backroom deals. I don't go for proposals drawn up around a kitchen table that turn into a plan, devised, orchestrated, and then dropped at the last possible minute with only minutes for 3 voting board members to digest these significant and complicated cuts. Because when you change one thing in the budget, you inevitably change others. These are not just numbers on a page to be used to congratulate ourselves on how we can shave everything to the bone for a minimum tax rate. Every line in that budget, to me, is about people. I have talked recently with just about every department head. The one that really grabbed me was the free clinic. I was told stories, one of them about a diabetic woman who has terrible pain in her feet, who walks our county highway 7 miles each way to get treatment at the free clinic. By the way, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, has a $6,000 deductible. She has nowhere else to go. And to drop a bomb at the last minute that threatens agencies that provide services like that, to me, is almost inhumane. They deserve to know, the people, department heads, etc., in advance whether we will be funding their much-needed operations. They need to know if they have to have time to write more grants and notify patients or customers, depending on which department it is. This is why we need time for discussion about the numbers and the cuts, because we're really discussing people. These are our neighbors, and this has huge impact on their lives. There's been a small but vocal minority who last week, for the first time, objected to this conservative budget, for the first time in 3 months. I'm going to deal with a couple of those, and well, I'm just going to explain kind of what's been happening to me. We are increasing spending, but in my opinion, it's time to start rebuilding. This isn't the Titanic going down anymore. They've righted the ship, and that is good, and I applaud them for it. But it's time to start moving forward. As we grow, we're going to need more services. We stay ahead of that curve, not behind. Transparency, as I said at the beginning, is the real issue, and I'm going to close here. Although I was aware of some of these ideas in the proposed budget that was dropped on us May 4th, I never saw any final figures. I was not presented with any final plan all wrapped up in a ribbon. I did not know, walking in this room May 4th, that I was about to have to consider major cuts in this budget, including a cut to the teacher pay raise. Mr. Williams, 2.5 weeks ago, May 4th, said 2.5 weeks before, May 4th, that I was sitting around the kitchen table with him, inferring a budget discussion, and he had a witness, and he had notes that he could produce as if I were on trial instead of an elected representative doing my job up here at the dais. I looked at my day timer. We did meet 2.5 weeks before May 4th. Almost exactly, we met at the donut shop, not around a kitchen table, and if he were to produce that witness, I think he would now remember that that witness would be wearing the uniform of a Virginia State trooper, because we met to discuss what the Virginia State Police can do for Powhatan County. That was the meeting. We did not discuss the budget for 1 second, and I was made to look like a liar. My response: I forgive, I forget, I ask for no apologies. If I've done anything to offend anybody during this process or mislead them in any way, I apologize and I'll own my part. To close, I've been a Republican most all my life. I still agree with the Republican creed, the Virginia Republican creed, which, by the way, has no social issues in it. You might want to check it out. Fiscal responsibility, strong defense, etc. The Republican Party here in Powhatan, in my opinion, has been hijacked. There are certain people I'm not going to mention names, and I'm going to be very careful not to. There are certain people, however, there are good people over there, too, in those monthly meetings. There are patriotic citizens. There are decent people there. There are others, however, who try to maybe run this county even though they're unelected. I'm going to give you an example, and I'm not mentioning any names. It was communicated to me several weeks back that I was in error. Basically, they were sad, dismayed that I made a comment right up here into the microphone. That comment I made was I had the audacity to compliment Mrs. Weiler, our county administrator. I complimented her because she deserves it. She's been doing a great job, in my opinion. There was tremendous fear when I took this job. People were walking on eggshells in county admin because they thought I'd be in lockstep and a 3-2 vote would carry her job and other jobs away. Early on, I sat down with them and I told them, county employees, I mean, I'm not firing anybody because somebody else told me to. I am not inheriting anybody else's hatred, and I'm not going to war because somebody else told me that I just have to go to war. I'm not in lockstep with anybody. So the communication I received about Mrs. Weiler and that I had complimented her, and that obviously was supposed to be a mistake, it was kind of summed up by saying, you need to decide whether you're going to work with us or not. That's how bad it is, folks. My response was, I was a little stunned, to be honest, and my response was something like, we have the same basic conservative goals, fiscal responsibility, whatever, I'm paraphrasing here. Maybe I just have a different way of getting there. It's called statesmanship. The response to that was that this is an unacceptable response. That's what I've been dealing with. Now I'm being viciously attacked. There have been things posted on my personal Facebook page. There have been emails sent out with official statements with some untruths in them, and they are meant to smear me. But you know what? I'm a former Navy pilot. I have combat experience. I am not going to let some bully come up to me and say, I want your lunch money and I want it now. Instead, I'd rather have a black eye and eat my bologna sandwich. Thank you. So, to really close this time, and thank you for that, I appreciate that. After 10 weeks, I guess I'm kicked to the curb. I think there's a toxic environment that's going to take some time to work out. I'm willing to go more than halfway to do that. But in the meantime, I guess I've proven I'm an independent. Many of you promised to me that you'd show up at a mass meeting that the GOP is holding on the 28th of this month. I am officially withdrawing from consideration for the Republican nomination for this position. So I don't want anybody showing up and finding out that I ditched them, because I didn't, I'm telling you now. I will not carry the standard for the current GOP leadership in this county. I'm going to explore the possibility, see how much support I have, of doing what so many others in Powhatan have been forced to do over the years, and done so successfully in November, I might add, and that is I will explore the possibility of running as an independent this November, and I will appeal directly to the people, not some party hack, party boss, or special interest group. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt? It was pointed out to me that I need to take a refresher Silva memory course, that in fact Mr. Hodge at the end of the whole deferral discussion withdrew his motion, and so my notes were deferral, but then subsequently it was pointed out to me a withdrawal of by the clerk that the motion was actually withdrawn. So I told you it was pending, but it technically is not.
So the motion that Mr. Hodge made on the meeting on the 4th,
my understanding from the clerk, I guess I don't have to check the minutes of the recording, but my understanding is, and my notes said deferral, but I was told by the clerk that in fact the motion was withdrawn, and so that being the case, there's currently not a motion pending.
Does this mean I could give that speech all over again?
Yes.
Everybody has to go.
We're at 8A.
We're back to 8A.
And your motion is still on.
My apologies.
And that's fine. I made a motion that we approve Resolution R 2015-47, adoption of the operating budget for FY16 and appropriation of funds. Mr. Tucker seconded it. Do we have any comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I came to the May 4th Board of Supervisors meeting prepared to vote on a well-crafted budget proposal. Staff has spent literally months in the preparation based on this board's vision and strategic objectives. During these months, we had a dozen BOS meetings and workshops during which we had ample opportunity to comment, reflect, make our individual desires about the budget known. Staff duly made those modifications and brought back the budget again and again. We had ample time to make known our druthers, ample opportunities to object, ample opportunities to propose, ample opportunities to counter-propose. We also met several times with our counterparts on the school board and the school superintendent. They and their staff worked in good faith with us, in fact, bending over backwards, in my judgment, to collaborate on that part of the budget earmarked for education. The superintendent and our county administrator forged, as we directed they should, a positive, productive, professional, respectful, and frankly, refreshing working relationship such that give and take, compromise, innovation, and respectful disagreement could be honorably and transparently vetted, worked through, and settled. Going into that meeting on the 4th, I felt good. Good because of the outcome of so many person-hours which had crafted a viable budget. But as importantly, I felt good because of the process we had used, which included responsiveness, transparency, clean numbers, hard questions, and respectful give and take. Thus, it was that I and numerous others was chagrined to have a totally different proposal than the one we had labored over for months. A new proposal, I say, put on the table at the 11th hour and the 45th minute. We didn't even know it was being worked on by a select and closed number of this board and a few others. There was no early warning, no sharing, no hint, no including of myself, Mr. Melton, and you've heard, Mr. Nordwick, no inkling given to the public, and the quote was, "Tough, that's the way politics is done." Needless to say, I was angry, and my emotions got carried away. I felt blindsided. I felt that my voice and the 5,500 people that I represent was being held in contempt, the favorite tools of those who believe they're the recipients of received wisdom. Now, there are two aspects of this issue. First, what was done on May the 4th, and second, how it was done. Certainly, any of us can, and in fact should, analyze any and every item that comes before this board. This is especially the case with as important an issue as our budget and the tax rate. No argument. To that point, I applaud, as I did on May 4th, the work done by Mr. Hodge, Mr. Williams, and other parties unknown in scrutinizing the proposed budget in depth and making any counter proposal they thought was appropriate. This they did, working on it and intending it apparently for weeks, if not months, without the knowledge or participation of other members of this board. I should have liked to have seen an analysis of the effect of the proposed cuts that they brought to the table, but that's perhaps asking too much. The real issue is the secrecy and the disrespect to everyone not of that small group. And this brings me squarely to the how this proposal was cobbled together. Behind closed doors, in the shuttered secrecy of someone's kitchen, by a select secret cabinet, all the time during which in public meetings those same board members and the rest of us excluded, the school board, the county administrator and her financial officers, the superintendent and his financial staff were proposing, vetting, crafting, and appeared to be working collaboratively, respectfully, openly, and transparently. I say appeared to be working so because we were totally unaware of a planned stab in the back 11th hour proposal to do violence not only to the original proposed budget itself, worked on over all of those months, but violence also to our joint commitments and our campaign promises that we would improve the trust and the working relationship between us and the school board. Oh, Professor Rubin, where art thou? This is a betrayal of process, a betrayal of promises, a betrayal of the school board, a betrayal of those of us who were kept in the dark, and the betrayal of the public's right to know what is being proposed in a timely manner and being given an opportunity to speak about it. A betrayal that makes a cynical travesty of collaboration and your much vaunted transparency. It is a mockery of fair play. At first dumbstruck, I have to admit. I then fell into disbelief and then anger. Then I felt an almost breathless, begrudging admiration for the sheer Machiavellian disrespect. Now, I must admit, now I feel embarrassment for this board and a stunned sadness that we have reduced ourselves again to this kind of tawdriness. We were, I thought, working together. Now we all reap the whirlwind. In closing, my motion on May 4th asked the superintendent to analyze the effects of the proposed cuts to the schools. This he has done quickly and succinctly. Based on that analysis, I am not in favor of and shall not vote on a cut of $402,000 proposed by Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams. We've had a week to consider the superintendent's analysis. That's more courtesy than was shown to this board, to the school board, and to the public at large on May the 4th. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments?
I have a few that I want to address, and I'll try to make them not as redundant, but I did write these because I tend to get a little emotional and upset with behaviors by some. I tend to get emotional and upset by some of the behaviors demonstrated by some of the board members. After our May 4th meeting, I went home and attempted to understand why two Board of Supervisors members would make a motion in the 11th hour to drastically change the budget that we had advertised and communicated to staff, school board, fellow Board of Supervisor members, and more importantly, the citizens who elected us. Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams proposed a resolution that night that was driven mostly by principles that are important to them and somewhat in support of the special interest group they are members of. Over the next several days, I got calls and emails from many citizens that were upset with the proposal by Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams. Their main concern revolved around the point that the budget was not what was advertised and communicated to them. I want to read an email I received from one of my constituents. And it says, "Dear Mr. Melton, I am a resident of District 4. Along with being a resident of Powhatan County, I am also a dedicated educator at Pocahontas Elementary School and a parent of a student as well. I want to extend my appreciation for your vote this past week's meeting. We both care very much for the community of Powhatan, and I know this because of the amount of time and dedication we give in public service to the residents of Powhatan. I will not take up your time stating the obvious. Both our time is much too valuable for that. I just have to tell you that I'm seriously disappointed in the outcome of Monday's vote. My husband and I work hard to raise our family responsibly, living within our means. We both, being public servants, he is employed in Chesterfield County, fully understand and accept that we will never get rich doing the jobs we love, and that's okay. That being said, this budget approval was really hard to accept. I have an undergraduate degree in education and earned my master's degree while working full-time for Powhatan. This is my 12th year giving students and parents of Powhatan the best of me as an educator. I will not walk away from these students who are assets from these students and the responsibilities of shaping our future, but I can't say the same for the other amazing teachers who are assets to Powhatan Public Schools. I called this lady and discussed with her, and to Mr. Norvik's point, the raise she was going to receive wasn't going to change her life, but it did show appreciation. After that dialogue, I talked with Mr. Kunka, and that's when I made the decision to add this action item to the agenda tonight, because this needed to be decided and put behind us and allow us to move on as a county. Many times as I talked to these citizens, the word betrayed came up. They also felt disrespected. To attempt the last-minute change without allowing me the time to digest, participate in the dialogue, or to be able to discuss the proposal with my fellow Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and more importantly, the citizens of District 4 that I represent, and furthermore, the citizens of District 1, 2, 3, and 5, was disrespecting to me and disrespected the political process. It is a direct opposite of being transparent, which Mr. Tucker spoke of. I ran in 2011 on improving trust and respect between the Board of Supervisors and the school board. I've worked with 2 District 4 school board representatives over the 3.5 years, and I've always had open, respectful, honest dialogue with them, and they have treated me in the same manner. Matter of fact, Mr. Sammy Frame sat in my kitchen to demonstrate to me the gap in teacher salaries that Mr. Norvik brought this evening, and I encouraged him to address the situation in this year's budget. Over the past 2 months, there have been 4 joint meetings between the Board of Supervisors and School Board discussing the 2016 budget and CIP. These meetings were very productive and a start to repairing the trust and respect needed between the 2 boards as we work together to address our school employees, address our county needs. As the budget discussion took place, much talk was around the salary gap of the school employees and how much the state and county funding was required. During these 4 meetings, not one Board of Supervisors ever voiced any concerns or had any discussion about not providing the county portion of the funding to address the salary gap or the 3 teaching positions they were proposing. To sit in those meetings knowing that you were not going to fund these 2 key parts of the school budget and not give the respect to the other elected officials in this meeting is appalling and beyond understanding to me. To the 5 school board representatives, I apologize. I know Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams have once again destroyed any trust that existed between us. I can only pledge that I will work to always be respectful to each of you and work very hard to improve that trust going forward. Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams also did, before I have this statement, I want to say one thing on the public record. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Pat Weiler, our county administrator, for Schaller, our finance director, for Dr. Johns, for Larry Johns and Dr. Jones, and the hard work that they've done to bring this county forward and bring us a budget. What is appalling to me is that Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams also demonstrated no trust and respect to the 3 other Board of Supervisor members, the school board, and our county administrator by not asking early on in the budget process to work up different scenarios on a reduction of tax rate. Maybe they had someone who could provide better data in their special interest group. Again, I wonder who they are representing, the citizens of their districts or select few members of an organization they belong to. There's been many social media posts and much dialogue about what took place on May 4, 2015. There have been attacks against people and groups. There have been attempts by some to clarify and to defend themselves. However, I do not want to get into that fray of discussion because it diverts attention away from my main problem with the resolution, and that is of transparency. Ms. Laura McFarland said it best in her May 13th Powhatan Today opinion article, 11th hour politics leave bad taste in the mouth. She says, and I quote, "Don't forget that definition of transparent, a word used so freely and loosely with this board, it is beginning to lose all meaning. Includes terms such as easily seen through, recognized or detected, and open, frank, or candid." I agree with her statement. There was nothing in the motion that was easily seen through, recognized, open, or frank. The two of them demonstrated a total disregard for the adoption process and forgot that they represent the majority of the citizens in District 1 and 3, not a select few who are part of a special interest group. I want to address some misinformation that has been circulated through social media that I've heard. Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams, along with some on social media, have said the reduction of 1 cent will be an economic driver. While this might help, I have read and been told by many people the #1 economic driver is excellent schools. No company will relocate or start a business that they cannot be assured that their employees' children will be provided a quality education. Another factor also high on the list is the ability of the schools to educate and provide a qualified pool of employees. Finally, Faith McClintock, who is our economic consultant who we're currently working with, told us several months back that a professional, trustful, respectful relationship between Board of Supervisors and School Board must be present or you will drive away potential business. These actions by Mr. Hodge and Mr. Williams sure didn't help that process. Mr. Hodge posted on Facebook several things I want to clarify. Mr. Hodge stated the county administrator proposed and delivered a budget to use a 96 tax rate. That is correct. But what Mr. Hodge fails to tell you is that this is exactly what the board directed her to do. We clearly stated many times to her to build a budget with no tax increase. He also states there's been a wide range of public discussion in setting the real estate tax rate between 88 cents and $1 and the impact on the budget, and that Mr. Norvig had proposed a tax reduction to 88 cents. This statement is misleading, and I wonder if it's meant to scare and just justify his actions. Mr. Norvig did ask what a 2-cent tax rate reduction would equal in the dollar amounts. However, he never proposed reducing the tax rate to 88 cents or asked the county administrator to build a budget scenario to support the reduction. As to the $1 tax rate, I can with 100% clarity tell you there was never any suggestion from the county administrator or any other Board of Supervisor member to have a $1 tax rate for the FY16 budget. Perhaps there may be some confusion in the difference between an operating budget and a CIP. I wonder if this is another scare tactic meant to create alarm in people. Ms. Weiler was directed by us, the Board of Supervisors, to bring us a plan similar that she did to fix our capital maintenance needs to address our 5-year CIP. At the time she brought us that, it equaled $74 million of CIP needs. And she brought us a scenario, mind to say one scenario that would have said we would have had to increase the tax rate at 101. Mr. Hodge is correct that through meetings that we had, we brought the plan down, and Ms. Weiler was able to bring us a 5-year CIP with no tax increase, only capturing 50% of the projected increased revenue, along with a 1% increase in real estate value. Remember, the CIP is just a plan. Next point. Some have said that keeping the 90-cent tax rate is a tax increase, with saying that the real estate values will increase 1%. As we are currently reassessing, state law will not allow you to set a tax rate for an unknown assessment. More importantly, this board voted 5-0 to change our budget alignment with our fiscal year, which is basically July 1st through June 30th. Thus, the assessment that is taking place now will not take effect until July 1st, 2016. At this time, the Board of Supervisors can adjust the tax rate if it finds it necessary. Much has been said about us having the 3rd highest tax rate in the region. I learned long ago in the business world that every business is different and that one shoe doesn't fit all. Many factors can affect the development of the county budget, such as real estate values, percent of commercial versus residential buildings and parcels, revenue increases and decreases, other taxes, the number of schools, and the number of children to educate. Just for clarity, as Mr. Kunka said earlier, Powhatan has 6 schools serving 4,217 students. Amelia has 3 schools serving 1,810 students, which is 57% less than Powhatan. Cumberland has 3 schools serving 1,431 students, which is 66% fewer than Powhatan. And Goochland has 5 schools serving 2,438 students, which is 42% fewer than Powhatan. I guess some will want a tax rate similar to those of the surrounding areas. However, maybe they would like to tell us and the school board which kids not to educate. Tax rate has risen from 74 cents in 2005 to 90 cents at present. This is true. However, keep in mind that tax rate is reflective of the rising and falling of real estate values, among other factors. Let me remind everyone that the 90-cent tax rate was voted and adopted in 2012 by this board in a 5-0 vote. This was a 1-cent reduction in the effective tax rate, as the equalized tax rate would have been 91 cents. Basically, that's saying our real estate values went down. Had we gone to an equalized tax rate, we could have adopted 91 cents, and your real estate value tax rate, your real estate dollars would not have increased. Furthermore, this board held the tax rate at 90 cents in 2014, which was a 2.5% reduction, 2.5 cents reduction in the effective tax rate, as the equalized tax rate could have been 92.5. So basically, we had another real estate devaluation of our property, and had we wanted to be revenue neutral, as some people say, we could have gone to 92.5 cents. Keep in mind that both the 2012 and 2014, there were reductions in the real estate values. We were able to fund the county budget through increased revenues from different sources: new construction, sales tax increase, personal property tax increase due to proration, to name just a few. Key facts I want everyone to think about. 1 cent on real estate value in Powhatan is $291,285. Goochland's $439,623. Goochland has a B-poll tax collecting $665,000 annually, which would equate to 2.3 cents of our Powhatan tax rate. Goochland's personal property tax rate is $4. Powhatan's is $3.60. If we had a $4 personal property tax rate, it would equal 2.4% more in tax rate. Goochland has a Tuckahoe Creek Service District tax of 32 cents. They basically chose to create that to pay for the infrastructure investment. That equals 6.9 cents in Powhatan tax rate. Furthermore, I want to, Mr. Kunka talked briefly about this, and it was basically that the assessed value of Powhatan's assessed value is $2.991,666,250 billion. Of our percentage collected from business is only 7.1%. 92.9% comes from residential. Goochland's is $4.3 billion, roughly. 17.5% of theirs comes from business, 82.5% from residential. We need to increase our commercial tax base. We've been saying that. Our actions need to speak louder than our words. Our top total excess personal property payer pays roughly, let me make sure I get this correct, $10.4 million in total excess value of his property. Mr. Kunka said that Goochland has, let me make sure I pull this right, has Capital One at $154 million. Their top 10, the lowest in their top 10 is $16.5 million. So to compare us to Goochland, ask us to have a tax rate like Goochland, as some people have tried to say, to me, is ludicrous. We cannot compare ourselves to other localities. Furthermore, I'm going to go into a little bit more numbers here. Some have mentioned that our debt burden per capita has jumped from $800 in 1995 to $2,912 in 2015. Please keep in mind these figures are directly tied to building something or other infrastructure investments. Let's think of the buildings we've built in the past years. I think it's a new high school, 2 elementary schools, public safety building, 2 water and sewer treatment plants, and water and sewer along Route 60. These investments were built to address citizens' needs and to invest in the future. This board, while we've been in office, this rate has reduced from a high in 2007 of $3,631 to $2,912 in 2015. Also remember that when we build the new junior high school, and I'm committed to building it, the bus garage, etc., this number will increase. The most important thing to understand is all this is done within all our county financial policies. Also remember the new bond rating of AA+ that Pat Waller's led us to, and we just received glowing reports from Standards & Poor's and Moody's. To close, I want to praise Mr. Larry Norvig for his integrity, his professionalism, his willingness to listen and not be swayed by anybody at all. He is a type of leader that I am proud to serve with. Thank you, Larry, for what you said tonight. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion as presented? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Move on to 8B, Resolution R 2015-39, fixing the FY 2016 real estate tax rate.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt again. I made sure my memory was correct on this one. This one was, in fact, deferred to 6-1. So one of the three voting for the deferral will need to...
I think it was 4, was it not?
Yes, it was 4.
Was it 4? I'm sorry, 4? No.
Yeah, it was 4.
It was 4-1 to defer to 6-1.
Or one on the tax rate.
I was the only dissenting vote.
For the tax rate. Either way, so the point is somebody that was on the winning side has to make the motion to reconsider to get it on the agenda because that was, in fact, deferred to 6-1.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to reconsider that motion that I made to amend the resolution regarding the real estate tax rate to cut it to 89 cents.
So the motion...
That motion, the motion...
The only motion is the motion to defer.
Right. There was only a motion to defer, and you must reconsider...
Reconsider the motion to defer because otherwise it's on the 6-1 agenda.
Correct. That's
so
my
the
motion.
Reconsideration of the deferral will move to tonight's agenda.
Second that.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Okay. So now you have before you the motion on item number 8B.
Again, I vote. I recommend we approve Resolution R 2015-39, fixing the FY 2016 real estate tax rate at 90 cents.
Second that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Hodge.
with regards to reconsideration of the motion that now I believe Mr. Latchney is back on the table. That first vote.
It's fully on the table.
It's fully on the table. In requesting that reconsideration of that motion at 89 cents.
That's not on the table.
No, what's on the table right now?
Excuse me, I'm confused, and I think a lot of other people are. Can
Mr.
we clear this
Hodge's
up?
motion, what's current, Mr. Melton's motion for 90 cents is what's current. The motion to reconsider put it back on the agenda. The 89 cents was actually voted down last time. So Mr. Melton just made a motion to approve this new 90-cent rate. So what's out there is a motion on the 90 cents.
Okay, Tom, so run that by me again. I thought that's what was the case, but you said it was deferred.
The motion, there was a vote on the 89-cent rate.
Correct.
It was defeated.
All right.
Then a motion was made to defer voting on the tax rate till 6-1. The motion was just made to reconsider that deferral to 6-1 and pass, so now it's on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Melton made a motion to approve at 90 cents, and so what's currently pending is a motion to approve the 90-cent rate.
Tom, are we sure that, I think you're correct now that I recall that, is it was actually defeated and then we deferred it, but I'm not sure why we did that. We did defer?
Well, because nobody wanted to vote on a rate because we weren't sure what was going to happen with the budget.
The only thing that got voted down was the 89.
Yeah, the only thing that got voted down was the 89, and we deferred because the board wasn't sure what was going to happen with the budget.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead with your
Hodge.
motion. Thank you. Tom.
Motion on the floor. We have a second. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
repeat my comments. Thank you.
I have no comments. Mr. Norvig? Okay.
No comment.
No comments. All in favor of the motion as presented, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Moving to item 8C, Resolution R 2015-41, adopting the FY2016 staffing plan. I make a motion that we approve the resolution.
Sorry to
as
interrupt, but
presented.
this one was also postponed to 6-1. Sorry. So first, and that was 5-0, so anybody can make the motion to reconsider for tonight.
Make a motion to reconsider the night.
All in favor? Aye. Now I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution R 2015-41, adopting the FY16 staffing plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. We're now on to item 8D.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution R 2015-48, authorizing the chairman of the County Board of Supervisors to execute documents to purchase real property located at 3977 Old Buckingham Road in Powhatan for the figure of $210,000.
I'll second that motion. Any questions or comments? I do have a quick comment. Like Mr. Hodge mentioned earlier, we finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. We have a piece of property we're going to purchase. If you don't know where it is, it's right next to the current bus garage. It saves us a ton of money not having to relocate tanks, and it also will give us possibly the ability, if we need to relocate a water tower or locate a water tower one day, to be able to accomplish that. I want to applaud Ms. Weiler and her staff, Mr. Altman, for doing this work. I want to thank the school board for helping with understanding whether the property was workable or not, and we're hopefully going to get on our way here. Thank you. All in favor of the motion as presented?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item 8E. Resolution in front of us, amending the FY 2016 Powhatan County operating budget by budgeting and appropriating $75,000 in the general fund for 2 sheriff's deputies to begin employment on October 1st, 2015.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. I know this is on our first time this is on our action agenda. Of course, I know we've already passed the fiscal year operating budget just previously with the vote. Just a couple of questions that I've got, and I may have some comments as well. My other board members may have questions or comments. I know that we had discussed this issue previously, and then now, of course, it's on the board's agenda this evening, which is good for the citizens that are here. I noticed here in the summary of the item, and I don't know who would be appropriate to answer these questions. However, the county anticipates additional sales tax revenue from new businesses to fund. During our budget discussions, I don't recall that this additional revenue stream was discussed whatsoever, and just wanted to know what the data is for us policymakers to know if we're stepping out there, what's the information that's based on.
I can respond to that answer. We presented in the budget, and we gave you a detailed page in the budget which outlined our sales tax. We showed you that sales tax are increasing in the current year by 11%, and they increased in FY14 by 11%. And we were going to be conservative and put those projections in at 9%. On several occasions during the budget workshops, I pointed out that our estimates did not include any new businesses. And we have subsequently received sales tax from the new sheets, and I have had discussions with the Commissioner of Revenue on the amount of sales tax that's coming in from the new sheets. It has not negatively impacted any other business sales tax, and the sales tax from the new sheets is more than the sales tax from the current sheets, which is more than enough to fund, which is more than $75,000.
Are those new sheets in the board packet this evening?
Those are just information received from the Commissioner of Revenue and myself, and they are just emails that said exactly what I said, and no, they're not in the board packet.
So the board members don't have the information that decision is based on?
That's correct.
Go ahead, Jim.
I have a question. When was that information available to board members?
It's in the agenda packet. It was handed out, the agenda section on revenues was handed out at the time that you received your entire board, the first time that you received your board
No, what I'm talking about, Pat,
workshop.
was the 75,000, the additional, based on the new information about the new sheets.
Well, you would have had, excuse me, Mrs., you would have had it, you got your packet last week, you could have called and asked before tonight.
Well, I like public meetings.
Well, I understand.
I'm
I
asking
guess you're
questions
now
tonight.
you're understanding what we all felt last week when you guys showed up with this
Can
last
we
proposal.
finish with this discussion?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm asking a question, when was this information available? And you said it was in our packets. Sorry. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Good.
Mr. Chairman, it's right here. This is our packet that we received. I'm looking at it right here.
I'm not asking about the packet. I'm asking about when you actually knew the information and were sharing the information. That was the question.
I think Mr. Norvig kind of asked some questions that maybe if you would have some dialogue with your county administrator from time to time, you could ask a few questions too.
Well, actually, I have, and, this didn't come up because I didn't know what I didn't know. So, yeah, we'll move on. I can see this.
It does no purpose to beat a county employee up in public, Mr. Williams.
I asked a question. I didn't beat anybody up in public, which is another whole issue for tonight. But we'll move on.
Thank you.
Let me ask another question, since we're here. The position goes into, these two positions will go into effect when? October? Why October?
Would you like to answer
It's
that
my
question?
impression that's when the academy enrollees go in.
Okay.
Correct.
My next question is, I think originally we said it was 95,000 for the two deputies. Was that the amount?
It's approximately 95, but again, the October 1st date was a discussion that I had with the sheriff.
Okay. Is there any additional costs associated with that, such as, vehicles,
The sheriff
costs
has-
for training?
The sheriff has told me that after the deputies come out of the academy, they are then in training and they are shadowing another deputy, and the vehicles for the two new deputies would come out of the FY17 budget. And Mr. Under Sheriff DeHart is shaking his head in concurrence with what the sheriff had told me. So,
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other questions?
Mr.
Yes, Mr.
I just
Hodge.
want to point out, there's still no motion on the floor. We're just
There isn't
talking
a
here.
motion. We're having a discussion right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarity on this issue. Regarding the October 1st date, if I understand that correctly, that's waiting, not putting those deputies that you could hire on the street effective July 1st with the passage of the budget. It waits until to put them on the street October 1. Is that right?
that is correct, because the deputies first have to go to the academy. The next available academy doesn't start until October.
All right.
So if you hired them July 1st, unless you hired a deputy who had already been through the academy, they would not be able to function as a deputy until after the academy.
Right, I understand that. But, so this is just, it's not necessarily, I'm just trying to get at the reasons for that, as Mr. Norvig said. It's the deputy, it's not a deputy that's already been trained and could be hired if there was an immediate need. Is that correct? It's not based on an immediate need, is that correct?
You mean an immediate need for somebody patrolling like in 10 minutes?
No, what I'm trying to get clarity on is those deputies are new deputies who have not been trained yet. They have to go, I understand, through the academy process to be certified, and then that's the process that they would be effectively on the street. If I understand, the reason for the deputies is on patrol, correct? That they're on patrol, these are patrol deputies?
I can answer that. The sheriff can decide how he wants to utilize. This is all based on, again, 3 months of discussions. I've gone to individuals separately, and the Sheriff Neal, said he needs 2 new deputies. Both the candidates for office of sheriff one of whom will be the sheriff starting at the end of the year. Both of them seem to think it's a good idea. Resource officers think it's a great idea. Animal control thinks it's a good idea. So I've had discussions with all these people. Some of the rank and file, not one person said we don't need another deputy or two, so that's what it's based on.
So that goes back to my question. I think you've answered the question. That is
Right.
It's not the immediate need July 1st on the street, so to speak. It's in the future.
The October
Obviously.
2nd, the October 1st date is a compromise that I reached with the sheriff. The sheriff did express when he submitted his budget, it is in his budget request, that it is an immediate need based on the amount of sales tax revenues available for next year. We could not fund the position starting July 1, and so it was a compromise that I reached with the sheriff's office, with the current sheriff, that he had said, yes, you are absolutely correct. He could on July 1st hire someone if they had already been through the academy, but he agreed that he would wait until October 1st rather than not having any deputies at all through the current fiscal year 16.
I also have talked to deputies. I've talked to both Chris and to Brad. Brad has shared with me, and I think he's gone public with a position where the two new deputy positions are not needed at this time. They might be needed in the future, but not at this time. Brad feels like that you can take the existing staffing that you have right now with deputies behind desks and put them out into the field on patrol. The numbers are there. It's how they're resourced in the department.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'll have a couple comments. This was no surprise to me. Mr. Norvig has been clear from day one that he felt that we needed to be funding these two positions that the sheriff had put in the request for. So I am in support of the deputies. If someone wants to rework the sheriff's department, that's their choice. But I truly saw, after some of the data that Mr. Norvig provided us to, numbers deputies on patrol at times, that there was a need, and I appreciate Ms. Weiler working with Sheriff Neal and coming up to a compromise that would lessen the amount needed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. If it is truly an immediate need, if that's the status from Greg Neal, then it should be done immediately. Therefore, I'm not in favor of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. We don't have a motion yet, so I'm going to see if anyone wants to make a motion.
Just one comment real quick. If we hired somebody right away today that's already qualified, it would be far more expensive. The sheriff feels that he can afford to wait to put them through the academy. We're trying to stay ahead of the curve and not fall behind. Number one priority in Powhatan with me is public safety. The second most important function, and almost equal to it, is education. We're handling both of those quite nicely tonight, in my opinion. I would like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution R 2015-49, amending the fiscal year 2016 Powhatan County operating budget by budgeting and appropriating $75,000 in the general fund for 2 sheriff deputies to begin employment on October 1, 2015.
Second.
Any questions, comments at this time?
Just a quick question. Does this mean if we adopt this resolution that we go back and amend the staffing document? Because it'll mean more people.
This, if you adopt this is a long answer. The short answer is yes. The long answer is if you adopt the pay and classification plan, we're bringing back the staffing plan to you because many of the titles have changed, and we were going to amend the staffing plan at that time if you approved this.
Good question, Mr. Williams. That's a good question. All in favor of the motion as presented, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman? 2 things. I'm not sure, because of all the parliamentary back and forth, that they realize that we just passed the budget that they came here to see tonight, so I just want to let you know we did.
before we...
And number two, I would like to suggest that we take a break, so I'd like to make a motion.
I was going to also say we could take a break. It's been a lot of hot air up here, so we probably need to let some of it out. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. Recess for 5 minutes.
No, I mean, you already know the end result. It's just a question what goes in the minutes.
You can call it back to order if I'm not here. You can call it back to order if you want to, if I'm not here.
We'll call the Powhatan County Board of Supervisors
Yes, ma'am.
workshop back to order. We're on to 9A, discussion item, ordinance 2015-12. I think Mr. Altman's going to take this.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This evening you have for discussion an amendment to amend and reenact provisions contained in Section 83 250-C intensity and dimensional standards for the light industrial I-1 district and Section 83 260-C intensity and dimensional standards for the heavy industrial I-2 district of Article 4 Village Growth Area Districts of Chapter 83 zoning ordinance of the Code of the County of Powhatan. Essentially, the Planning Commission met at its April meeting after we had some discussion at the board at a workshop regarding the setbacks that we enforce currently on industrial properties both in I-1 and I-2. In the I-1 district, we have a setback of 75 foot from the road, front setback. The side setbacks from essentially all districts aside from industrial districts are 150 foot on the side and rear. If you are abutting an industrial district, is only 25. In the I-2 district, we have the same 75-foot setback, except the side and rear this time is 300 feet, and if you're abutting another I-2, it is 50 feet, or an I-1 is 50 feet. So we have a couple of examples in your staff report regarding the effect of that setback on existing properties. In the staff report on page 35, leading up to these items on the screen, we have shown what the 300-foot setback would do in South Creek. So in South Creek, it's zoned I-2. The rear and side setbacks would be 300 foot because we're abutting the school at Flat Rock, or actually I think those are the ball fields at high school. We have the 75-foot front setback and then 25 on each side, and you can see it really limits the ability for the owner of the property to develop anything on that property. The next example we have in the staff report on page 36 is an illustration in Oak Bridge, which is I-1. We have a 150-foot setback from adjoining A10 property, and then the side and front setback, which pretty much eliminates the use of that parcel completely. On the screen, we have some examples of existing parcels. The first two parcels that you see are both I-1. The yellow shows the setback requirements, and then within there we have, these are examples that we provided to the Planning Commission. If you had a 50-foot setback, a 75-foot setback, a 100-foot setback, but the yellow represents the 150-foot setback. The second one on the right, go back one. Yeah, that one. You can see that the property owner has a very minimal portion of the property that they could use to expand on. And as you know, we are currently going through our economic development planning process. So we discussed these items at the Planning Commission meeting on the 7th. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on May 5th. During that public hearing, it was suggested actually, at the workshop, it was suggested by a planning commissioner that I should always wear my economic developer hat in addition to my planning director hat. So as we look at this, we need to look at things that may adversely affect our ability to recruit new businesses to the community, this being one of them. At that workshop, we discussed some setbacks. We did a comparative table on page 40 of your staff report showing the industrial setbacks of various communities here in the greater Richmond area, and also we used Roanoke County as an example. We by far had the largest setback requirements of any of the other districts or communities. During the May 5th public hearing, we had no speakers but the Planning Commission discussed the issue at length and made a recommendation, and I have to apologize, on page 37 of your staff report, I corrected the number, but I did not correct the spelling of that number. So Planning Commission recommended a reduction of both the 150 and 300 foot for the front, side, and rear setbacks for both I-1 and I-2 to 25 feet, not the 50 foot, which is typed, but the 25 foot, which the number is shown. You have that amended ordinance in your packet. If there's any questions that the board has of staff, I'd be happy to answer them. We've tentatively scheduled this for public hearing at your June meeting, your June 1st meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hodge.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Or Mr. Williams, either one.
March, what is, after the Planning Commission went through all the different localities, what was kind of the median for all the localities for the front and side?
Well, if we look at all of the ones we have, it looks like the median would be somewhere around 30 feet. We have Henrico with 0 on the sides, 30 on the rear, front at 25. So when we look at rears and side yards, we would probably somewhere in that 20 to 30 feet range for the median. I haven't calculated it, but just looking at the numbers quickly, it was a feeling of the Planning Commission that evening that we needed to provide the most flexibility to the property owners to be able to develop the property. In addition, there was some consideration and discussion of the need to amend the agenda, not amend the agenda, excuse me, but amend the ordinance further to eliminate the maximum lot coverage percentage in the industrial districts to allow the users flexibility in what they could build on their property. But I think the planning, I can speak for the commission, that they felt like reducing it to 25 feet would provide the maximum flexibility. And we had discussion of, this really is looking at how it affects currently zoned I and I-2 properties. If we have someone that comes in and wants to develop another industrial park, they will have to go through a rezoning process at that time, and they will have the ability to look at the surrounding uses, and through that process look to either work on increasing buffers or increasing setbacks based on what the adjoining properties are at that time. But really looking at what we have currently, there's a detrimental effect with that 150 and 300 foot on our property. So I think that was kind of the motivating factor for the Planning Commission.
So you're basically in agreement, you recommend this as the planning director?
Staff had recommended 50 feet, primarily because staff wasn't sure that going from 150 to 50 foot probably was a large leap, but the Planning Commission felt that going to 25 foot would be what would be in the best interest of the county. So that's what we've represented in the staff report.
Okay, let me ask the question again. Now that you've got the Planning Commission's recommendation, how do you feel as a planning director with that recommendation, and are you embracing it?
Well, as the planning director, I'm going to bring forth the recommendation of the Planning Commission as my responsibility to. Hey, you asked the question. I got to represent what they said.
You don't get shot, March, by answering the question.
But what I think is the 50 foot I think would provide us some relief. The 25 foot provides even more relief. The one area of concern that I think we do have from a staff perspective is the 50 foot off the front, and it isn't necessarily the 50 foot within, say, South Creek or Oak Bridge, because those are like properties, but potentially that 25 foot off the front off of, say, Route 60, where we have consistently a 75 foot setback for commercial and other uses. That would be the one area that we may want to, that staff has some hesitancy for. However, Planning Commission's brought forth 25 foot, and that's what I'm here to represent. But that would be the one place that potentially new uses along 60, that 75 foot setback may be considered. We could do the amendment and have a provision that has except along Route 60.
That's where I was headed. So you could say 75 feet on Route 60 and go back to what the Planning Commission recommended everywhere else.
Right, yes. And that would make sense if you're talking about an industrial park where everything is industrial inside. It's 25 foot up off the road. That's within the park. But out on 60, I think some of our concern came about was, well, that might be a little bit much when we're looking at Route 60.
If I may, I'll follow up, with my thinking. I believe we've agreed to keeping the lanes are keeping the median out on Route 60, correct? See, Carson said it's going up now, so I got one. Billy?
I know we had some dialogue, in
I
theory.
thought we had, because I think it was under your chairmanship that we did it, Carson, that evening when we had a series of things that we went through.
I thought we did agree to it.
And we did, I think.
But it wouldn't be absolute. If there was an egregious issue, then we would address it one-on-one.
Where I'm headed, since we did do that, and we know that at some point we're going to need 6 lanes, as we know from the Route 60 corridor study. The question is, if we go with the 75 feet along Route 60, and that third lane, or the 6 lanes come at some point after I'm dead and gone, will we have adequate frontage, or would that 75 feet be enough if they take out for the 6th lane or for the third lane there? Would that leave an untenable situation for those properties after that happened, knowing that it's not going to come out of the median?
I think if we had the 75-foot setback in the areas that we're looking for that 6th lane, that the 75-foot would provide us the ability to go in, because whatever would be built would become legally non-conforming because it was there before, and I think that would provide us the adequate space.
But it wouldn't commercially disadvantage that business by having that third lane come out of it and shorten the setback from 75 feet to 65 feet, for example?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, well, I'm good.
I got to follow up, Mr. Chairman. Wait a minute. Are you talking about, I understand what you just said, but I think there's a distinction. You got to split the question, don't you? The question really is this, isn't it? The question is, certainly somebody who is already a pre-existing developed business, that's a no-brainer. They're already there.
Right.
The question is a newly developed business is 75 feet. The setback, they have a setback already requirement in there. Is that sufficient? In other words,
So today, the setback requirement along 60 for an I business would be 75 foot.
It's still 75 right now.
75 foot.
If
you went with the proposal of the commission, or potentially even staff's at 50 foot, you may, depending upon the width of the turn lane, how many turn lanes you could get into closer to that building than you may want to, because you're going to be allowing them to be set back off the road a little closer than before.
Was that the 75 distinction? I saw the 50 recommendation from staff, 25 from the commission. Where we're at, is that, maybe I missed it, is that the recommendation of you?
Well, I was asked. So in my response to Mr. Williams' question, that's the one concern that staff had with regard to the 25-foot, was a 25-foot front yard setback off of 60.
Right.
And that we may want to consider maintaining the 75-foot setback that's currently in there, but then you could put the caveat that you could be 25-foot within the I districts, or 25-foot except along Route 60, where it should stay 75-foot.
Right.
So your 50 recommendation doesn't relate to that?
My 50 recommendations were looking at the front yard setback, side and rear yard setbacks is where we were with 50.
So we're not really dealing with the front technically.
Well,
it's still,
when we advertised front, side, and rear. And we advertised it at 25 foot to provide the Planning Commission the maximum opportunity to have that discussion, and they could choose anywhere between 150 and 25, somewhere along that spectrum. So that's what we did, and we intended. So that provides the same advertisement, provides the board to have the same discretion in setting that setback.
So let me get this clear. I understand the sides and rear, and the front would stay 75, but on 60. But elsewhere, it would still be, if it's a front, not on 60, it would be whatever the board ultimately decides, whether that's 25 the commission or it's 50 the staff. Is that right?
Correct. And that we were looking at within current industrial districts. So in the I-1, I-2 district, that setback could be 25 foot or 75 foot, but we would recommend that in the other, where it abutted Route 60, that it would stay 75. And I would like to point out, if there's concern about the 25-foot setback, side yard setback, there is a 65-foot buffer requirement, which exceeds that setback. So the building couldn't be built in the buffer anyway adjacent to, but the setback, we have other means of controlling the impact of proposed businesses on adjoining properties, in addition to the setback requirement.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Hodge, you finished.
Yes, I am. I'm trying to narrow what the issue is, in the sense that it looks like the 75 is not really open to necessarily to perhaps debate, but it's this issue between 50 and 25. And
well,
I know your recommendation is 50, the commission's 25. I'm trying to ferret out.
Right now, really, honestly, because of the way we advertise it, all of it's open for discussion for you.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. If you want to discuss 75 more, that's fine. But the issue is, that I see is, staff's 50, commission 25, right?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Tucker.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Tucker. You go next.
I share Mr. Williams' concern about the front setback. I think that we are going to go to 6 lanes on Route 60 eventually, and we've already asked in numerous cases for dedication and a proffer of that third lane in front of a piece of property on 60. So it's the intent of the board to do that. If we eat it up, eat that 25 up, we're talking about theoretically no turn lane availability and the business right up against the highway. I don't think that's the image that we want to project at all. So I would rather it be 75 on the front. 25 elsewhere is okay, particularly side, because they're going to be commercial anyway eventually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Altman, why 75 and not 50?
75 is what we currently have, and that's the same setback that I believe, if I remember correctly, that we have for commercial uses and other uses along Route 60. Okay. So there would be a consistency of a setback along 60 for all types of uses.
So on a 1 acre parcel, which there are plenty of platted on Route 60, correct?
Yes.
And you require a dedication for turn lane, dedication for the third lane, 50-foot setback, then we would require parking in front of the building, correct?
Yes.
And then the building. How much building?
You get to a small envelope for certain, but I think
and I think that's what kind of Mr. Williams was going a little bit is, if we go to 75, and Mr. Tucker, it would be cumbersome, I think, on the developmental right of a developer who has a parcel on 60. And so that's why why 75, not 50? And if you look at some of the localities around us who do tremendous amount of economic development, Henrico has 25 feet. Chesterfield and II has 25 feet. They have 60 in I-2 and I-3. They've done a pretty good job with their economic development. Hanover has 50 feet in II, 35 in I-2, and 35 in I-3, which I don't quite understand, but,
Let me join in, Bill. We had this discussion on the subdivision ordinance about these 1 acre lots. I think Mr. Bradbury brought it to our attention up and down Route 60, particularly in the western part of the county. The short answer is you're not going to be developing 1 acre parcels by yourself. You're going to be combining those parcels and developing something more than one parcel. That's the development world. So that's the answer to that question. But going back to your other question about how other localities are using a reduced setback of, as you said, 50 feet versus 75 feet. My question, I think Carson's question was, what gives us the access management so that we can have good commercial development with the 6 lanes coming in such that we don't make an untenable situation, with the existing setbacks we have on Route 60? And that's why I'm leaning towards March. That's the reason I asked March that question. What works on Route 60, to preserve good commercial development? Again, you can't have good commercial development without a good thoroughfare and good access management. It's not going to happen. They're not going to go in.
Mr. Melton, to somewhat address your question or concern about the 1 acre lot, currently, trying to go through the zoning map in my mind, and I think we have 1 parcel on Route 60. So any of those parcels would have to go through a rezoning, or 2. My other part of my brain tells me it's 2. And so anyone would have to go through a rezoning on one of those parcels so that we would have that opportunity to look at something and look at the adjoining uses. I would say that I think in this instance we're looking kind of with blinders on at the I districts. And I don't disagree with you that when we look at the overall setback piece, and that was one of the items, when all the things that you rattled off, we've asked as part of our economic development strategic plan for Bowman to look at taking that typical lot and applying all of those and see how that reduces the developable ability of that property in the long run. So hopefully we will be coming back at some point in time as we go through that process and show how it shrinks down that piece of land, and then we have an idea of what we may want to tweak there, here or there to accomplish that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Tucker.
let's muddy it a little bit more. So you're representing the Planning Commission at 25.
Yes.
You're representing the Planning Department at 50. Now take that hat off, put your Economic Development hat on. What do you recommend?
Well,
0.
I think it's a
We're not asking you to make the decision. We just want to know your opinion. So
well,
we can
my
make the
opinion would
decision.
be it's a contextual issue. It's the context of the property. I think if we're talking about a parcel that is completely surrounded and is an industrial park, those setbacks can feel free to go smaller because your adjoining user is going to be like you. But if
We
we're
had that in
talking-
Oak Ridge. I mean,
Right.
Mr. Williams will remember that.
Yeah, and we had the issue we have in Oak Bridge. If you could go to the next one.
Remember that.
Is so the one on your right is Oak Bridge. All along the back is ag, A10. So there's a 150-foot setback in there along that line. But within Oak Bridge, the adjoining properties are industrial, so there's 25-foot. So we have freedom in there. I think that's where the contextual issue comes in.
I'm talking, and I think Mr. Williams is talking primarily about our concern about 60. Speed, access management, turn lanes, et cetera. Well, I hear you loud and
Yeah.
clear.
I think with regard to 60, access management-wise, any of these types of developments are going to have, potentially in the future, you may have a signalized interest dependent upon how large the development is. And then we get into the internal. I think if we're proposing more development and we would like to see more development, say like Oak Bridge or South Creek, where there's internal road access, you would be really enforcing a rear yard setback towards 60 as opposed to a front yard setback, because we wouldn't want to have driveway down, entrance in. So we would want to consolidate those entrances through access management and have an internal access road. So I would think the type of development we want to see with some sort of buffer along 60 in the future.
I hear you and I agree with you. So it's a reverse frontage in an industrial park. We're still concerned, I'll speak for myself, still concerned about the direct access parcels to Route 60.
Those two that we have
There's only
right
two
now,
left in the whole world.
There's only two right now that are zoned industrial. And I think that from an economic development perspective, providing relief on the side and rear yards to the extent that the commission has recommended, that if they were stayed 75 foot, that would be a tentable development piece for those folks. My recommendation, staff's was 50, but at 75, I think you could make it work along Route 60 and still provide the ability for the future expansion of the road. We have 6 lanes on a portion of 60 and 4 lanes from essentially 522 West. So that's what we're looking at. And 522 West, I think the current right-of-way there is 80 feet wide, and I believe the 80 foot is probably more than enough to accommodate 4 lanes of traffic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions of staff at this time?
I'm going to make a recommendation that we go with the Planning Commission's recommendation for 25 foot as it pertains to our existing I-1, I-2, and also go with March's recommendation that with future development, we'll have an opportunity to look at that development and be able to make a determination about what types of setbacks are applicable in the future. And the third criteria would be to keep the 75-foot setback on Route 60.
Concur.
Okay.
Is that a second?
Oh, is that a motion?
No, it's not.
No, we're in discussion.
It's a discussion item, it can't be a motion.
Well,
You get that on first.
We'll have we'll revise the proposed ordinance, include that along with the others in your packet to reflect that.
Mr. Norvig has some questions.
I do. I have one
Thank you.
question. I think, March, I asked this of you before. I don't come from the planning side, so those of you who did and know more than me at this point for sure about it, and I hope it's not too stupid a question, but this particular property that we were looking at before on Route 60, I know that there's kind of a blind hill there. You remember us talking about this at all? My question is, Is it possible for us to project, okay, it's going to be this many lanes and we're not going to have a right turn lane, and all of a sudden VDOT Safety Department comes behind and says, no, we need a right turn lane there, or some kind of traffic signal or flashing light or something because there's a hill there? Does that happen?
Yes.
It could.
It could.
Yes.
And could that upset our plan there?
Well,
Theirs would trump ours.
Yeah. So during the site plan review, we'll make an assumption that the property is already zoned industrial, so we
Right.
don't have to go through a rezoning. During that site plan review process, we will submit that site plan to VDOT for review. They will submit comments back to us, much like they will, and you'll see with rezoning requests. And if they say we need to have flashing lights here because of the speed of the road, the hill making the turn, then that's what the developer or the property owner will have to install.
Okay.
So there are some checks and balances along the way to make sure that we have not only good access management, but safe travel along the corridor for everybody.
That answered my question. Thank you.
So with an existing expansion of a business, it would also trigger the review,
Right.
which, if they were increasing drastically the inflows of trucks and things like that, they would consider that in the process, so.
Yep.
Any other questions of staff on item 9A? Move on to 9B, private road, pro-con analysis from the Planning Commission. Ms. Carmack, who's the chairman of the Planning Commission, is going to present to us. Thank you for being patient and sitting and waiting on us tonight.
No problem. Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm sure you guys want to get out of here. I passed out a sheet of what the Planning Commission has discussed probably several months ago now. I started with facts, disadvantages, advantages, and then finally our recommendation. In regards to the facts, a couple things that are interesting is the staff told me that since 1989 there have been 263 applications for private roads, which I thought was a lot. It was more than I would have thought. And most of those were built. Currently, there are a total of 292 plus or minus some. The average number of complaints, according to staff, per year annually are roughly 25. And a lot of those are in regards to older private roads that were not built to our current standards, or questions on how to get them into the state system. Most rural localities around still have private roads: Goochland, Hanover, New Kent, Orange, and Culpeper. And to date, Powhatan County has brought 0 private roads into the state system, at least in historical memory. The disadvantages of them, which there are some, there can definitely be a lack of consensus with the homeowners on how to get improvements done and getting them to pay their, equal their weight. Elected officials can feel pressured to try to get these into the state system. School buses aren't allowed on them. We do not receive proffers for any development on private roads, and there is a lack of interparcel access. The advantages are less government regulation. Maintenance and construction costs are provided by the property owners and not at the public expense. The Planning Commission believes it helps maintain the rural character, and it furthermore allows the property owner to affordably develop their property. So after the discussion back and forth, pretty unanimously we decided that we feel that Powhatan should currently keep private roads. One of the rationales was we weren't really sure what problem we were solving. Granted, we're not getting the barrage of phone calls. If you guys are getting phone calls, we're not. But from what I gathered even with staff, and I've talked to several board members, I gather it's not like daily you're getting phone calls about the private roads. If we do eliminate them, it's still not going to change the fact that we have 292 of them still in existence. That's not going to change. In regards to individual homeowners who fail to meet their obligation, you can't really regulate that. I mean, if somebody's going to be a jerk and not pay their weight, they're not going to pay their weight, and we believe it should be left to courts to rectify and us to try to regulate. If they're eliminated, we feel, especially in the western end of the county, that it will encourage higher density and more sprawl. I mean, if people are going to be going through the expense of putting pavement down, they're going to want a higher density. Putting more pressure on EMS schools, One thing I do want to add, there still can be issues with rezone parcels. I was going to put Amelia County actually on my list as one of the counties that still had private roads. And I was like, to be honest, I wasn't even going to call them because I was like, of course Amelia has private roads. Well, I called them and I talked to their planning director and he's like, oh no, we got rid of those in 2006. So I was like, thankfully, I called him and I asked him, I said, are you happy you got rid of them? And he said, to be honest, it's really a mixed bag and the jury's out. We've actually had a lot of difficulties because these developers came in for a rezoning and basically they didn't take off like they thought. They have 2 houses in them. The state won't take them into the system. The builder then defaulted on its bond or whatever happens, and basically then the county really is kind of held to having to go in and fix these roads. And it's happened like 3 or 4 times since 2006. So he said, so my point is to you guys, I would tread a little carefully. And from what I gather, I think we have a case in Powhatan right now that's exactly happening. When I was talking to you, yesterday about that.
Well, we got many cases.
Yeah.
Well, we got some that have been addressed.
Some of them as recent as last night.
Yeah, so my point is that's not the silver bullet to, rectifying the problem. And, one of the things that you see in our comprehensive plan, all the time is the rural character, your vision statement, and we feel that the private gravel drives are more synonymous with, rural character than, larger, higher density paved subdivisions. So that's our recommendation.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Tucker.
This is exactly the kind of work that we need. Thank you all very much for digging, and I know you did a lot of telephone calls to other places, because this puts all of the pros and all the cons right in front of us, whereas before some of us had some of them and others had other of them. Then we all got them in one piece of paper. We can't ignore it anymore. Thank you, and thank the Planning Commission.
Sure, and also some of those pro-cons did come from the planning, the PDC, so just to give you a heads up on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Williams, go ahead.
Karen, when you called over the Planning District Commission, you did something I had done back when I was on the Planning Commission. At the time I asked that question, I said, in the 9 jurisdictions, what is the status of private roads and what is the trend? They told me at that time that counties had gotten rid of them by and large, and the counties that hadn't were moving in that direction.
You're correct. Yeah, okay. And that still stands. I mean, by and large, and it was tough to get sort of data. I asked them, to find out who still allows private roads and who doesn't. And they were kind of like, when she emailed me back a few days later, and she's like, well, we don't really know, but the general consensus is that they're moving away from them. That was, according to, VDOT.
What's interesting to me is there was an article just recently, maybe a couple of weeks back in the paper, about the cost of building roads and how it continues to escalate rapidly. And, I'm not doubting the data from RRPDC. However, the cost to build roads are just skyrocketing. A gravel road's much greener, allows for water runoff better.
That it does.
There are a lot of reasons, pluses and minuses for private roads, and I and Mr. Williams, and I think and Mr. Tucker, I'm not sure, sat on the Planning Commission when we started addressing private roads years ago, and that was the tapering that went on because the private roads were built, the 6 to 10 lot standard, and you would find when you got to 6 to 10, and then when you got to the 3 to 5, it went to a tapering, and then when it got to the 1 to 3, it went to a further tapering, and it never had a cul-de-sac, didn't have shoulders and ditches, had very poor gravel. But as we addressed those, and I think Mr. Sowers pointed this out to us, I think in one of our workshops, that our cost, our gravel depth maybe is more stringent than what VDOT would require. So, I appreciate the work that y'all did, and the recommendation as you from the planners was to continue to allow them to take place. It is not going to address, in my eyes, the situations of the old private roads. And, but I think that very possibly in the western part of the county it needs to be a developmental tool that's still allowable. So.
And that was another thought, even at least in the western end of the county, to maintain them there.
Mr. Chairman. Karen, appreciate the Planning Commission's work on this. Just two broad questions. One, the sheet you've given us, were there any other pro-con reasons, pro or con, or even not pro or con neutral, that the Planning Commission considered, or is this document the four corners?
There were a couple. One of them was, but I couldn't really get good data on it. Like, one of the things was that houses on private roads are assessed at a lower value than a public road. You know, that would obviously that's a disadvantage to a private road. But then you have, you know, subdivisions such as Gray Walls. I wouldn't certainly think those houses are assessed at less, you know, because it's on a private road. So I don't know. We couldn't ever really find any, you know,
data on that.
Data on that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Any others?
Let me think. I did skirt a couple of them off. I'm trying to think of which ones they were. These were the biggies. I don't know. I will let you know, certainly.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. The second question, very broad, is, and I'm glad you mentioned this, the data issue. The pro-con analysis that you've given here, I know you mentioned the data that you received from the staff. And is this other pro-con analysis, what's the, kind of give maybe a summary of the data that you guys reviewed, just for my edification so I'm educated on it?
From the PDC or from these guys?
Well, I know you mentioned staff, and maybe that means our staff or PDC staff, or, in other words, what was the scope of your database? Basically, I know that you couldn't find good data on the assessment issue, so you put that aside, and I think that's smart. I think that is. It's, you don't have data on it. How can you make a recommendation to a policy board if you don't have data?
Correct.
I don't know.
With the staff, they basically gave me the statistics that are right here. And, you know, and I called Ed, Sean, and David Dameron to ask them roughly how many complaints they get a year. Also to see how many that we took in. So that was just me digging around. As far as the PDC, I'll be happy to forward you the thing I got from them. Truth, I don't think you're going to find it very enlightening, but I'll be more than happy to actually email that to all of you all.
Thank you. Okay, so it's PDC data and, of course, our county staff data. I'm just trying to get a handle on the scope
absolutely.
Since it's obviously it's a policy issue.
Yes.
This is clearly a policy issue, and you ought to have, as a policymaker, I would believe you ought to have some data, obviously, on it so that you can, that's what you guys did. I mean, you looked at data and you made a recommendation.
One thing about it, VDOT will not have a lot of data. They won't have data on private roads. So, you know, I don't know if that's good or bad. It is what it is.
Did you, one last question, did you have any considerations the Planning Commission considered or discussed that really weren't a pro-con but were maybe could cut either way, were kind of neutral? In other words, considerations that maybe we haven't even thought about but you guys thought about? In other words, that you think about it and it's not this, well, it's negative or positive. Well, maybe it's in the middle.
That was one thing, and actually I think it was between Mr. Altman and myself, not even the Planning Commission, if I'm mistaken, but it was a decent, if this, are you recalling what I'm talking about when we were suggesting basically kind of doing this in the western end, but anything that's sort of east of, you know, 522, you know, not allowing private roads. So maybe, but that was not discussed with the Planning Commission. That was him and I talking on the phone one day.
No, I appreciate that. Let me ask you this. What's the reasoning there? That enlighten us.
Because the western end, we work really hard with this comprehensive plan and the land use map. And basically what we don't want to see is the western end of the county, in particular, get laden with these, you know, paved subdivisions all over the place. And furthermore, it does keep the development affordable for the people out there. If you look in going eastward, a lot of the land is already, not a lot, but a good portion of it has already, you know, been subdivided, and you're going to have a little more minimal impact with the addition of the full subdivisions, you know, or the ones that are brought into the state system.
Follow-up question. Could we get the data on when those, in other words, if the staff has the data on when the applications were applied for, it's 292 plus or minus acres. In other words, what I'd like to see, because I know what the county did previously with regards to rezonings out there in the west. Mm-hmm. You know, I had a map in 2007 that showed it was like a shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
The board previously approved every rezoning request everywhere, regardless, and that didn't even deal with private roads. That was just
rezoning.
The standard stuff, and it was all over, basically, it was all over the west, where you wouldn't think you'd want it if you wanted rural character. But anyways, that's another issue for another day. Could we get the data, though, on the 263 applications on the graph? In other words, when was that applied to? I don't know if there's a bell curve there.
Okay.
Is it not? Is it related to the economy? Is it not? Is it connected to the way the prior boards operated with regards to rezonings or not? In other words, I'm trying to draw a correlation.
Okay.
In other words, human behavior is involved in this, because obviously you've got some human behavior pro-cons here, and that is, how have people been behaving in the past with respect to this in relation to the other data that we do know? So I'd like to see just kind of that 263. You know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's flatlined. Maybe it's arrhythmic. Maybe it's geometric. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a bell curve. I'd like to see that.
It has slowed down, I can tell you, in the last 4 years since I've been on the Planning Commission. I mean, even 8 years, even when I was with you, Bill, I mean, we haven't seen a ton of private roads. I mean, so, but yeah, I think we could definitely get that.
Yeah, that would be, I think that might be helpful, at least to me. I don't know about the other members, but it helped me look at this issue a little bit broader.
And the plan, let me add this also. The Planning Commission was they were pretty emphatic that they wanted to keep private roads. I mean, they really, to be, succinctly put, Let me ask this question. Did you ever discuss in the Planning Commission the Western and not the rest? No. Mm-mm. That, like I said, I just talked to Mr. Altman about that, because he is not a fan of private.
Right, I understand that. I'm just seeing the broad discussion of the Planning Commission.
We were trying to get to some sort of
based on the comp plan. I would just logically, just thinking up here on top of my head, and not being in the planning area like Mr. Norvig, but in the constitutional law area of property rights. I know that well.
Yeah.
But on that side, I just thinking that immediately I think, okay, you got a comp plan, you want the west to stay rural, we all know that. You want the kind of the extreme south and north, obviously, to stay rural. That's the general will of the people, right? That's the comp plan. It's what it's there for. It's the expression of the will of the people. And then you got the middle section, the eastern, which we know obviously inevitably is developing.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if that discussion was had amongst those members about this issue of all or nothing, or is it not all or nothing? Is this a hybrid situation where the trend may be, okay, the other counties are slowly going this way, but we're not yet we're partially a bedroom community. We're kind of a hybrid, so to speak, already. As Mr. Williams has often said, the tide goes in, the tide goes out every morning and evening. So that's something that maybe we have to have that discussion, but I just know the Planning Commission hasn't had that discussion.
That's correct, we have not.
All right.
Any more discussion on
Yes,
private?
I'd like to, I want to see if I can get everything out of the table and move this thing. Whichever way it goes, I'm happy with. I'll go with the majority. But I'm going to try to hone my points as to what I think is pertinent to this issue of private roads in the county. First question is going to be to the county attorney. Are people, property owners, owed a development right for their property?
They're not owed a development right. That's probably not the correct way to state it. They have certain rights.
That's the way it's been brought forward in the past. I mean, this was a development option for people with property. My understanding of the Code of Virginia is you're not guaranteed that. Correct. In fact, you have a use for your property as agriculture.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't have a right to subdivide and sell lots. You do not have that right.
This is not new for my colleagues, because we've been down this road before. The information about lower valuations on private roads came from Carson Tucker when he was on the Board of Equalization. Correct, Carson?
Correct. There's an argument made by people on private roads to come and appeal their assessment, wanting it reduced. And the number, if I remember right, was between 5% and 7% a reduction is what they asked for.
Sounds something in my memory that rings true. The other issue was the Planning Commission and the comp plan update wanted to address the ubiquitous R5. We didn't want R5 everywhere, and there was actually an effort on the part of the Planning Commission to downzone in the western area of the county to go with 10-acre parcels. Is that correct, Karen?
Yes.
March, you're on board, so get ready. I'm going to bring you into this discussion. I know you're happy, but... Now, going back to the thing about gravel roads, and they're more in the rural character and stormwater runoff. If anybody came over to my house last year when we were having those torrents of rain, I can show you where stormwater runoff on a gravel driveway can be every bit as detrimental as it can on a paved road. So I'm not sure that one holds true. If we didn't have the private roads, we'd have to have higher density. I don't believe that's true. And this is where you're going to come in, March. We had this discussion where Dinwiddie County, where March comes from, they did away with private roads. Correct, March?
Yes, sir.
We'll get into those reasons that you are privy to in just a second. Another option to preserve the downzoning that y'all did and to protect the rural character would be to require a rezoning, allowing people to have the same density, if you would, but actually give them bonus density with a conservation easement up front of 40%. That way you got the rural character and then you got the clustering in the back, and instead of maybe having 10 units, you have 13, but you do them on 2-acre parcels. So in essence, you're protecting the rural character by not having the R5. You're having something a little bit more than you did with a large lot development of 10 per 100 acres. And then you're getting a public road serving that development. Now, why is that important? We've already said public roads means you get those school buses off the road. You get them back into the development. They're not stopping.
On a main thoroughfare.
A 522, a 711, or I don't think we got any private road developments on Route 60, do we? We might in the western end, yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, we do.
Hunter's Mill Road.
Yep, yes, you live there.
Yes, I do.
You do. I
Private
forgot that,
road.
yeah. So that has a strong appeal to me, to be able to accomplish that. Now I'm going to get selfish. I'm on the Board of Supervisors. I got a complaint. Not a complaint, that's wrong. I got a call from somebody I know that lives in Larry's district. The reason she called me is because she knows me. And they wanted to know how they could get their private road taken into the state system. That's the calls I get most as a supervisor. I had to refer them to Brother Ed. Ed, you probably got the call from Carla. So I hand them off to staff, and staff has to be the deliverer of bad news. I prep them. I said, you know, it's not going to probably happen, but I want to give you an opportunity to plead your case. And they do, and it doesn't happen. So those are some of the reasons, you know, I think, you know, we can get away from the private roads. I'm going to go a step further. Billy, you remember the Conjure rezoning?
Well, refresh my memory.
Oh.
7-Eleven.
Oh. The Conjure rezoning was the old, beautiful old house down there off of Route 13 where the lady and her son wanted to develop the properties around them. What had happened was, and when we were discussing the development, or excuse me, the rezoning of that property, there was a gentleman who lived at the back end of the property, and he wanted to be able to log his property and to be able to come through the new subdivision road that was going to be put in. She wanted to not have that stub road that was required by our subdivision or zoning ordinance. So when that gentleman came, he was an elderly gentleman. I'll never forget it. He said, yeah, I've been going to this property that my grandfather had given me, and he said a private road subdivision came in. He said, I was using that same road that the private road subdivision was using. He said, one day I came there, and there's a gate. And he says, it was locked, and I couldn't get to my property. They landlocked him. And that's happened in this county with private roads. That's a good example of the Conjure property. There was also other instances where people didn't show existing right-of-ways because there's a lesser requirement for the development of private road subdivisions. The problems that we have with private road subdivisions are things go awry that we never see. You know, where things happen that shouldn't happen. For whatever reason, that's where it happens with private road subdivisions. Now, March, here's where you come in. If you would, speak to why Dinwiddie chose to go the path of not having private road subdivisions. I think one of the things you told me, it's out of the eyes. We don't see it. The county's developing, and the governing body never sees these.
At the time in Dinwiddie, we went through a process probably much similar to what y'all went through. We had private road development that was occurring with little to no standard. And over time, we increased our standards, increased the road cross-section, the ditches, the shoulders, the width of the depth of the gravel, put in a cul-de-sac. But what we were experiencing from a staff standpoint was that when we came to the board and talked to the board about the fact that we were growing, the board said, well, no, we're not. No one's rezoning any property, no one's building any houses. So we went through a process kind of like this of saying, well, over the last year, we've had X number of private road subdivisions developed and X number of houses that could be added. And this was kind of an eye-opener for our board. So the board got a little drawback, a little defensive, and said, well, what can we do? And what we ended up doing as staff is making a determination that not to preclude anyone from developing their family tract, cutting off properties, that once you got, and the state code says you get 3 parcels, you got your part, you get 2 divisions. When it came time to get that 3rd cut, we then said this is no longer an agricultural use of property, it is a residential use of property, and therefore you need to rezone. So what was happening is we went, and now these private road subdivisions, which we limited to 8 lots, were having to go through a rezoning process. And we were rezoning them from A10, which was a 3-acre minimum, or not A10, I'm sorry, A1, which was a 3-acre minimum, to RR5, which was a 5-acre minimum. And now they were going through the rezoning process. And the board was seeing 6 to 8 cases a month, which was an eye-opener because they didn't realize we were growing the way we were. What we were experiencing was similar to some of the phone calls you get. I've gotten into my private road, and typically the first generation of owners, where everything was fine. When we got into the 2nd generation or 3rd generation of owners, that's when we got into the situations where Mrs. Carmack wouldn't pay her fair share of the road maintenance fee, and now we're all upset, and what do? So as we got more of those, what we ended up having was citizens appearing at board under citizen comment requesting their road be taken into the state system. And our board, we didn't have the ability to do that. So ultimately, they said a couple things. One, at the beginning of every private road that gets developed, you got to put up a sign that says this is a private road, shall not and will not be maintained by state or local funds. And then they ultimately took the step to say, we've had enough of people coming in, we're going to do away with private roads, and that's what they did. They ultimately eliminated private roads as a development option in the county. And it was as a result of repeated instances of people coming and requesting that their road be taken. They eliminated them after I left in 2000, but when I left in 2000, we were having that discussion of what should we do to address this issue. And between 96 and 2000 is when we went through and did our road standards, increased our road standards for private roads, started the rezoning process.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing in regards to the school buses? I did think about that, and the fact is, if you look at our main thoroughfares, 7-Eleven, 60, 522, what's on them? Houses. If you ever get behind a school bus in the morning, you're doomed because it's stopping. So my point being, you're never going to be taking your school buses off your main roads. I mean, our main roads are packed with houses. I mean, so at least if you have a private road, it stops and you load 10 of them on as opposed to stop, move 3 feet, stop. So I don't.
So Karen, what we need to do is to make the private road subdivisions, put that parallel to 7-Eleven.
Well, that or tell all the people in the houses that live right next to each other to gather your kids in one area.
But that's a good point.
Stuff. So, all right. And then one other thing with the problems that you had mentioned with the Conjure rezoning, were those problems rectified in the end?
Actually, the property got downzoned.
It did get downzoned, so it was...
They rezoned it, and actually, I think the court case that was held told the man he had the right to use the private road was there, and he was granted his access. We did not grant him access through the rezoning of that neighborhood, but subsequently came back to us and downzoned it. But it was called Red Hill.
Yeah, but he had to hire his own legal representation to get that. And in my mind, that was something that was, in essence, created by the county. We approved it, the private road subdivision. And I don't think the Planning Commission, whoever they were at that time, approved it with any nefarious ideas or anything like that. I don't think they knew.
That was done a long time ago. That was done long before.
Anybody knew.
That's probably not one of these 200. And
that's my point. Most of these happen because there's a lesser standards and less, you don't go through the process with y'all. Y'all a dress rehearsal. Y'all flesh everything out like you did with Walmart, and then you give us a product and we take a look at it and we go forward from there.
The only person might remember that would be Mr. Kofer. So.
Oh, of course it would. Of course it would.
Mr. Chairman, Marge, question for you. Do you know, you may not, you may stay in contact with, to some degree of this, or just know through the planning loop that you're in. Did Dinwiddie ever go back, or are they moving forward, marching forward after 2000?
They have not gone back and allowed private roads.
Let me ask you this, either you or Karen. Any locality that you might be aware of in Virginia that has basically taken the position to end private roads or grandfather them and end them in the future, have they gone back? In other words, reverse course.
Yeah.
I'm not aware.
Okay.
We could look into
Well, yeah, we could find out. I mean, that's...
Yeah, I'm looking for a locality that made the decision, said, we're getting rid of these, and then, I don't care what this time span is, 1 year or 10 years, said, this is a disaster. We made a wrong decision in planning, and this is bad. This is bad news, and we need to go backwards. Then I got a question for Tom. Tom, Orange. I know Orange is listed on here as still having it. Mm-hmm. Question to you is, I know you serve on both boards, obviously, in your position. The question to you is, the time that you've served up there, or at least you may be aware of him before the time you served, has that been discussed, debated in Orange? And where is it, or where is it maybe not gone or not?
Yeah, they had this exact same debate about 6 or 7 months ago, and the outcome was it's rural, it's a property rights jurisdiction, and the ultimate decision was that they didn't want to affect the ability of people to develop their property, and so it was unanimous on their planning commission to keep the private roads, and the board said, well, we're not going to waste our time looking at it if the planning commission's unanimous, and so Orange just reaffirmed private roads about 6 or 7 months ago.
Did they not also increase the standards, too? Because I talked to you about this. I think they
the only thing
the
Orange did
up.
do is they created once you hit your 8th lot, you could not put a 9th. The minute you went to a 9th lot, you had to go to roads.
Okay, so they had a less number.
Yeah, so that's the only change they made, is they didn't even have that, and they went to that once you hit your 9th lot, you had to go to the state standards.
Okay.
One follow-up question. You said here from staff most were built. I appreciate staff's work on this. I just need to, can we define that? Most, a number. There must be a number.
That was the number of applicants that came in. And so this was according to Mr. Reynolds. And so those were the number of applications, but not every one of those was built.
Right. And what I'm looking for is that number. In other words, you had 292 applications for private roads. You have, this is a build-out question, right?
263.
263, yeah.
263.
Since 89, so you could figure out.
In other words, 292. Yeah. I just want to know, I guess the question is, what's the percentage of build-out? In other words, I'm sure there's some private roads out there where they may still be sitting there not built out. In other words, this goes to David's question, to March to you. This is the under-the-radar development question. You guys know how many undeveloped parcels we have that are zoned residential, because you can do a build-out analysis, right? You have this many rezoned, and if they put homes on every single one of these, we have what kind of issue regarding traffic, schools, water, sewer, everything else. The question for me is, what's the number of, okay, over this period of time of 263 apps and 292 private roads, they all maxed out already? They're not maxed out? They're 50% maxed out? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3? I don't know.
And so to understand that, whether they were maxed out or not, any action we make to eliminate them or keep them is not going to affect the ones that are already approved and platted or built out on, in my eyes. Now, it would still be nice to understand how many are not built or whatever. I think I know of one, it used to be in my district, and it's in Mr. Tucker's district, because the redistricting, that was never built, because I drive by there and kind of go, I think it was supposed to be a private road subdivision there.
And there's one being built as we speak on 522 that I didn't even know about until one of my constituents called and said, what's going on here? Staff didn't know about it.
Right.
And it's already put in.
Yeah. And I understand, Mr. Millen, I understand your point here. What I'm trying to look for, I think, here is, and this is a trend issue, you got a trend issue on what you know on actual rezonings to residential that the county was on wildfire during the boom, rezone everything, approve, 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 approve. We know what that is, that build-out potential as an impact to the comp plan, impact to zoning, schools, everything this board deals with. What I don't know is what's the trend, what's the trend regarding, for example, you immediately get the private road, it's bad times, it's good times, whatever it may be, how fast and what's still left out there where they can still build and develop, because I think it deals with what David was raising, issues regarding transportation, anybody with school buses. It goes to March saying under the radar, maybe there's not a whole much left. Maybe there is a lot left. And I understand we can't back up. I understand the concept of property rights and grandfathering to protect under the Fifth Amendment. But what I want to know is what is still out there, because it tells me, it gives me information as a policymaker, what was that trend is in conjunction with the numbers of when. I can look at those in cross-graphing and say, wait a minute, look at this. Is there a trend? Maybe there's no trend. Maybe it's just helter-skelter. And that's an issue in and of itself. That's an issue.
I think if I understand you correctly, Mr. Hodge, you're looking for, of those 262, earlier you had asked, wanted to know what year they were approved.
Right.
And then we'll look at the number of private roads that were actually built, the number of lots within those private roads, and the number of lots that have a home on it and those that are remaining vacant.
Yes, you got it, March. And maybe I wasn't completely clear on that, but I'm just trying to round out the reasons that I'm you know, and I agree with David that I think private roads, ever since I've been on the board, and even before I was on the board for 10 years in the county, the number one complaint that walks into my door for local stuff, I'm serious, it beats even traffic and criminal, I'm dead serious. I get calls probably one every couple of months. Every 3 months, I get a call from somebody saying, and they may have talked to staff, and staff did the right thing. They gave them, like David said, they gave them the hearing, and then the county says, really, we can't do anything about this. Thank you very much. Goodbye, Mr. Citizen or Miss Citizen. And the next thing they do immediately, usually, is call a lawyer. And then the lawyer looks at it and says, well, here's what your problem is. And then the next thing they do is they say, you got to be kidding me. You can't be, this can't be true. This is what happened. And I say, yes, that's what happened. And all those people have walked in my door. I have not had one in 15 years of practice in the county. Yeah, exactly, 15 years of practice in the county. I haven't had one that said, Barry, jump in there and I want to litigate this matter to the end and get this all cleared up. And that's rural rates, it's not downtown rates. So it's just the fact of all of a sudden they realize they have a fight on their hands. And I think that discouraging news from staff, not that it's intentional, that's what it is, it just is. And then from my perspective, they say, you know, I guess I'm at a loss here. I guess got to do a fire sale and get rid of this thing. So I think it'll help us, you know, from that perspective, to help citizens when every time we get a lot of complaints here, that's true, but that doesn't mean in my mind that if we don't get a complaint, it's not an issue we should deal with. I don't think government should only respond when you have a grievance. True, that's the way the First Amendment's drafted, but we ought to be proactive and try to help those citizens maybe that never get discouraged and never think about going any further. So thanks, Marge.
Mr. Altman, could, if you're going to do that research through the GIS, could you also get the value of the home that's sitting on that lot? Be interesting to see.
I got a quick question for David.
Okay.
And without mentioning citizens' names at all, was that Turkey Ridge Road we were talking about earlier?
No.
No?
No, so that means you got another one coming.
Oh, great. Okay, because I was going to ask you, based on your experience, but this will work, the template works. Is there, if a road is in really bad shape, gravel road in really bad shape, school bus could fall into the potholes kind of thing, and there's 10 houses on it, some might pay for gravel, some might not, but they don't have enough money to do it. Is there any recourse whatsoever for these people? Or, I mean, Barry, you just answered the legal thing.
The only thing that I can point to in history, back when Lake Shawnee was developed, for whatever reason, those roads weren't taken into the state system. What ended up happening was a political decision between the board and the residents of Lake Shawnee that they were going to put up so much money, and so much money got put up by the county. That's the only instance I can recall in the history of the county where, you know, we've been pulled into rectifying something. But to answer your question more fully, you've got some very nice private road subdivisions, and then you've got some that Billy can take care and show you that you might want to have four-wheel drive before you go in there. But in my district, for example, over on Gobbler's Ridge, beautiful homes in there, absolutely gorgeous. The issue comes in, and it's not necessarily with the second generation, it's the first generation as well, is when everybody's money is right to come in and fix the road. And to get people to agree, get two people to agree, three people to agree, is like driving cats across Texas. It just doesn't happen. So what ends up happening is you have neighbors falling out, and this is not our business, I totally get that, falling out, and certain neighbors doing the road and others just being left out because they're not going to contribute because their money's not right or for whatever reason. So it runs the gamut, Larry. It's all different things.
Thanks.
But at the end of the day, you'll get the call.
And the school bus won't go down there.
Yes.
So that's the first thing. Okay, so we're going to have this data back and possibly try to vote on this on the 1st. Is that correct, or when do we have this coming back before us?
Well,
I don't have my calendar.
we can attempt to get it back to you by that point in time, see what we can do.
Was this on our agenda first? No, let's not do it on the 1st. We got a full agenda that night. Just went over that stuff. So let's maybe by the 1st of July, let's have it before us and be prepared to vote and move it on, as Mr. Williams says. You okay with that?
The only caveat, Bill, is what I talked to you about before the last meeting, and that was we have the subdivision ordinance, that we have to address next tonight. A significant part of the subdivision ordinance issues are large lot and large lot development. So the effort that we had tonight in changing the agenda and reducing the agenda was to put private roads first so that we could get some type of clarity about where we were going with large lots and large lot development. And then when we got to the subdivision ordinance, we would be able to address those, because right now we're in limbo. I see Ed's head going up and down. March, are you in agreement?
Okay, then let's do it on the 1st. We're going to do the subdivision ordinance.
Well, I'm just saying,
I'm fine.
But that's going to bleed into our conversation tonight, so we're going to have to put on hold tonight those conversations about large lot development, large lot.
No, I think we should still have the conversation.
Well, it's going to be redundant in somewhat respect, because either we're going to exempt them like they're exempted today,
Right.
correct?
That your options are going to be either exempt them or they comply, come under the subdivision ordinance.
You see what I'm saying, Bill?
Yeah, but I still think we need to have the dialogue. We came tonight, and I don't disagree with you, David. I think we need to still have the dialogue tonight on the large lots, and then be prepared to come vote on both private roads and large lots and flag lots and all the other things that are, on the 1st.
We can go ahead, Pat.
I was going to say, could we have the dialogue tonight on the large lots and wrap into that dialogue the effect of private roads as we're discussing private lots? As we're going through the 54 items on the subdivision, also discuss whether or not, how that affects whether you have private roads or you don't have private roads, so that we don't delay the discussion on the subdivision ordinance.
Well, we can have the discussion. What I'm trying to get to is to being able to give them direction on which way we're going, with it or without it, going back to what I said before. We can discuss it again, but it's going to be somewhat redundant, except for the issue about the standards, for development standards, where you did the compilation of the differences between a regular development and a large lot, showing the differences, the lesser requirements for the large lots. Is that correct?
Yes, and to some degree, I think we have the ability to. We have a portion of the ordinance that regulates the development of private roads and what that private road development standard is going to be outside of the large lot development piece. So we can have public road large lot development. It's just not all private roads. So we have to make that decision, that fork in the road decision on, are we going to exempt them or are we going to include them? But then that can then, if we're going to that then has some effect. The big effect on some of the private road discussion, and Ed, you can shake your head when I say this, it will come into play with the flag lot issue when we get into the 30-foot width right-of-way or access easements for single cuts, family divisions, charitable divisions. That piece comes into play a little bit there. But I think certainly we need to have the discussion, go through that list, know what we need to do. That way we can come back to you, whether it's in July with an ordinance. This is based on our discussion. This is what we're going to do, and then we can have the information on private roads and tackle that issue that night. And that can be as simple as saying we're going to keep private roads, or we're going to eliminate it, and we just strike that through in the ordinance and move on.
So are you suggesting that that the board have a discussion tonight on the subdivision ordinance? The public hearing is already scheduled for June 1st on the subdivision ordinance, and the board adopt
I think
on the subdivision ordinance. Right. The board adopt the subdivision ordinance, and then in July make decisions on private roads. Is that what I just heard you suggest?
We need yes. We need to let's have the discussion this evening on those 54 items so we can prepare whatever ordinance amendment changes we need to. That then can play, if we're coming back and the board wants to have this intertwined discussion of private roads with the subdivision ordinance, we come back prepared for July 1 with that. I think we had the public hearing at the last meeting on the subdivision ordinance, so we don't have to have one, and we're not planning one on July or June 1st.
Yes. Just action on
Just
June 1st.
Well,
I also want to point out, sorry to interrupt you, but I also want to point out that the board has a meeting on the third Monday in June, and you do not meet again until July 13th. So we can't delay it until July 1st. It would have to be July 13th because, as Mr. Melton and I have gone through, all the agendas are very, very full through that third meeting in June. So it would have to be delayed until July 13th.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to I think I'm more confused now than I was when we started.
Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Okay, I understand you've got large lot regarding the public aspect. Mm-hmm. And you got large lot because with private road, it could fall under that, correct? In other words, it potentially can affect both. I mean, I know if it's the public aspect of it, you got it because of rezoning. Am I right?
Actually, right now, you can do large lot development without a rezoning by right.
Okay, by right. Okay. But to get there, you'll need a private road, right?
No.
You won't? Okay, all right.
You do a public road subdivision.
Oh, you can do along the public road. Okay, okay. All right. But if you don't have that access, then you all right. You mentioned something else, though, and this is what I think I understand that distinction, but then you mentioned the flag lot issue. And I know you summarized very well, March, last time when we've been dealing with subdivision ordinance. There were some big areas to deal with, obviously, and they were related to big areas. One of those obviously was a large lot. One was obviously this flag lot issue and access issues that David's mentioned. The question I've got, though, is certainly we've requested, not only myself, but other board members have requested additional data, obviously, on this pro-con stuff regarding the private road issue. And I know we need to kick that because we don't have the data this evening before us, and we've got to go through that process. I guess my question is, and this is just trying to be efficient about all this, and that is, I understand that it doesn't affect everything on the 54 or actually the 88. I think there was 88 on there, if I'm right. I think it's the 88. Last time I checked, it was 88.
58, maybe.
I might be right. 88, page number 88.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I guess that's page number.
Page number 88, no.
Yeah, it's not the number, but it goes through the process of, I think it's 54, so maybe that's still right, March. 53, you're right, 54 items. I was misreading it, apologize. But it does affect what decision we make on that to some of these. My question is, I guess, we have a discussion about those that it affects. The ones, obviously, it doesn't affect, obviously, you have the discussion and you move forward. The ones it does affect, I'm a little concerned that we have the discussion, and can you sit up there and tell us tonight, yeah, okay, you have no private roads, and here's the result, and you have private roads, and here's the result, or what I raised, even though I'm just throwing things out, you have a hybrid situation, well, it affects these in this part, but not those in the other part. And how would you, I'm not sure how you'd go there, but you're the guy on the spot, you tell me.
I think we can see how it goes. And I think we'll be able to say that this is how this issue would affect X, Y, or Z with some certainty. Certainly not all, I mean, as I would say with any ordinance, we're not going to be able to cover all scenarios under the ordinance. They're just not there. But those that we may have some question on, we will certainly be happy to bring back information to confirm the position that we would have, that it does affect or doesn't. But I think for the most part, we can say with pretty good certainty this evening how it would affect. And if my brain doesn't work, my second brain would certainly know how to deal with it.
All right. I just want to make sure. I mean, you're the staff. You're the one advising us, March, in your position. So I'm just trying to gauge how that's going to flow this evening, because it's a sub-layer of questions. You understand that. We have the regular question on the floor, then we've got a sub-layer question of, okay, does that one first affect large lot? Does large lot decision or private road decision affect that? How does it affect it? And what if we go no? What if we go yes, it stays the same? What if we do a hybrid? Because I don't know where the board's headed.
Yeah.
So as long as you can manage that tonight, that's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. Hours don't matter. So I'm serious, but I'm just trying to manage this suggestion to manage this thing. So
Hours do matter to me, March.
First of all, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Carmack anymore? Because, she's been gracious enough to come out here tonight, listen to us, be away from her family. Thank you, Karen, for coming out representing the Planning Commission. Thank you for the work y'all did. We certainly do appreciate it, and be patient with us. So, thank you. So, March, I'm kind of like are we going to go through the 54 items? Some of those I think we pretty much had said last month. Some can be gone through very quickly, and others may take a little more length of conversation. So let's begin the process. And
156.
On page
156.
156.
I kind of pulled my stuff out of the.
Ready? Okay. The first item we have on 156 was a discussion of the appeals process. So just so you know, the way it's set up is we have the issue number, the page number of the current ordinance, the proposed, or not the current ordinance, my apologies, the proposed ordinance when we just had page numbers 1 through. Then we have the code section of the proposed ordinance, the code section of the current ordinance that it relates to, the question, then in italics is staff's response, and then we have a staff recommendation at the bottom. So the question was regarding the appeals process. And the individual references to appeals processes that were included in the various review procedures have been eliminated, but 68-155 is still in the ordinance to provide an appeals process and is consistent with the language found in 1015 of the current subdivision ordinance. The state code provides for an appeals process of disapproved subdivision plats that can be appealed to circuit court. 15.22311 of the Virginia Code provides the appeal of the determination to the zoning administrator. So what we had in 68-155, it was I think the wrong provision was cited. So we need to go back and correct that to provide for an appeal of the subdivision plat, not an appeal to the BZA, because that appeal of the subdivision plat goes to circuit court.
So the recommendation you're recommending is basically appropriate language consistent with the requirements of the Code of Virginia should be added to ordinance allowing for the appeal plat denial to the circuit court and request for exceptions for subdivision requirements to the Planning Commission.
Right.
That's a recommendation.
Yes, and that would be consistent with what we have in the current ordinance.
Does that go to the circuit court? I thought you said.
Well, there's two things. There's an appeal if we deny a plat, goes to circuit court.
Correct.
And then there's what's called a subdivision exception. So let's just say someone doesn't want to put curb and gutter in, whatever it may be that we require. They can then appeal for an exception from that requirement, and that, of course, would take you off down the Planning Commission road. So there's two items.
I'm fine with what the Code of Virginia says, as it pertains to circuit court, but given, in my opinion only, legislative authority to the Planning Commission for subdivision exceptions, that is a slippery slope, and you don't want to go there.
Agreed.
Okay, good. Move on then.
So it sounds like you got a yes for the circuit and no for the Planning Commission.
Move
So
on.
to come to y'all.
BOS.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, the second item is large lot subdivisions versus parcels. The comment was that there's not a definition, no mention of floodplain. Now, I have to make a correction here. I had stated that the proposed ordinance does not have a definition, and I have to say, my apologies, I've overlooked it, and this is where you may hear me discuss ordinance fatigue. If you go to page 153 in your packet, we have the 1, 2, 3, third definition down, subdivision large lot, which does define large lot development in the county, which is consistent with the existing large lot development proposal or definition. So the big issue here, as we've talked about before, is currently large lot development is exempt from. So in our current ordinance, we have a thing that's it's a definition, or it says subdivisions exempt, and one of the items is large lot. So that exempts the large lot development from some of the requirements of the subdivision ordinance. The proposed subdivision ordinance does not exempt large lot development. So it would have to go through the same procedures, plat preparation and everything that a subdivision in our village district, where you may have acre or less lots, it would have to go through the same provisions and same requirements. So currently we exempt them. So pavement design is different. Undergrounding of utilities isn't required under the current or the proposed ordinance. That three-layer pavement system is required. Undergrounding of utilities will be required down the list. So that's one of our big issues to wrestle with right there.
That's right. It didn't take us long to get there, did it?
Nope.
Okay. So what do y'all want to do? We're back to, do we want private road, large lot development exempt from the subdivision ordinance?
Well, this is also public road.
And also
Public road.
So there's a
And
split.
Public roads, you
split
get
here.
10 acres.
Yeah.
And again, you get into the issues about delineation of wetlands.
So key is, are you going to allow large lots on private roads or public roads? And if you are, then what do you want them to be required on the plat? I think it says a subdivision of property by definition is anytime a parcel of land is divided, regardless of the size of the division. To me, why would you treat it any different?
Right now, we treat it differently,
That's the
right,
point.
Marge?
That's the
point.
It just, in other words,
Sounds like we got consensus.
I don't know why you, let me ask you this. If I'm going to develop a private, not a public, if it's public, it's going to come under your radar, right? But I'm going to develop a private large lot subdivision with a private road. What contact am I going to have with you after I commence that process? In other words, with regards to this issue of the exemption, I want to narrow the field on the exemption.
Well,
how do you know what I'm doing?
If you're going to do a private road, large lot, it just really dictates the size of the lot, 10 acres
Right.
or greater. So if you're doing a private road, there's a process in the current and in the proposed ordinance that you have to go through the Planning Commission to get that private road subdivision approved. So there is a process there where we're finding the kind of the, if you will, not necessarily under the radar from a staff perspective, but say from the Planning Commission and board perspective, is that the public road large lot 10 or greater subdivision is about right. The Planning Commission does not see that, and you do not see that. We see the plat review and the subdivision plan review from a staff perspective. You do not see that piece. You don't see the private road piece, but the Planning Commission at least does see that piece and has an opportunity to weigh in on that request. So, and I don't know if it confuses matters, but I put together that big old checklist of everything that's
The only
required.
problem I had, March, is I couldn't even read them with my goggles on.
I meant to bring in some 11 by 17s.
I need them, trust me.
Either that or magnifying glasses.
David, summarize what you think we've agreed to consensus on this one.
I think what we've said is we're embracing staff's definition of when you divide a parcel as a subdivision, and we're going to be holding that, and this is up for discussion, to the same standards for a private road subdivision. The open issue, Carson, is whether or not you want to do it and allow it by right on a public road and have the same standards that we just said for the other divisions. So what you could do is you could have the same standards for private roads that you have for other subdivisions, and then you could, if you wanted to, exempt the large lots along a public road and have them be done by right. I don't even know how many of those we've got left in the county, but I mean, that you could potentially do. Because see, you're going to have that road frontage.
But you could have. Right. Yeah. So this some degree ties into the flag lot discussion, because right now we've got, and Ed'll tell me I don't have it exactly right, 220,
220, I believe.
215 frontage required in A10. But we allow flags where you have 30 foot, 215, 30 foot, 30 foot. That's that stripping of the road frontage. That's large lot development. It's over 10 acres, and it's by right. That you wouldn't see, Planning Commission wouldn't see, but we would review. That's permitted under the current ordinance. Under the proposed ordinance, you're going to have to comply with more standards, but it's still permitted.
And I've seen this up and down roads in my district where it's just exactly what you're talking about, where you got the flag lot, then the road frontage, then the flag lot, and people are really they're developing the property.
Yeah.
This is when you say it's done by right, they're developing the property.
Right. And this, so some of the discussion we had about private roads earlier, and the board's decision at the meeting to say we weren't going to rezone anything, or you weren't going to rezone anything in the rural preservation area. That we had that discussion a long time ago. I can remember it, so it can't be that long ago. But here we have an instance where this would be by right in that district, in that rural preservation area of the county. So this large lot growth piece really is a kind of a larger discussion of how is it that we want to grow into the future. Because there's certain ways you could control it. You could say, like we did in Dinwiddie, this is no longer an agricultural use of property, it's a residential use of property, therefore the rezoning would come into play. Then you could look at interior development of the parcel, or we could keep it the way it is. So this is a really big policy issue for the board. Probably, like I said, it's one of the 4 biggies that we got here to deal with. And, so.
Well, March, I'm going to put you on the spot again.
Okay.
What's your recommendation as to what constitutes good planning and development for Powhatan County?
Well, one, I think we should treat, my opinion has been, and it's very simple, a subdivision of land is a subdivision of land, and it doesn't matter if it's 10 acres or 1 acre or a quarter of an acre, it's a subdivision of property. So we need to be able to regulate that, and I would think, and part of the concern that we have is, one, those plat requirements and wetlands review and things of that nature. We had an issue recently where we have a parcel of land that was divided. No wetlands were shown on the plat, but now we have a property owner going in to build their house, and they submit their building permit. We have to look at our wetlands inventory and find out, well, there's wetlands right here, and you've got to have 50-foot buffer on the wetlands and 25-foot setback from that buffer, and they're proposing the house at 4 feet, but that's a 75-foot requirement. So now we've got to tell the property you need to move that house over some. I think having some of that information on a subdivision plat for someone to see that I'm buying a property with wetlands on it would be helpful. And I understand that that's a cost to the developer, but at the end of the day, I think our responsibility is to look for the person that's going to be purchasing that piece of property so they have the most information available to them to make a good decision when they're buying a piece of land. Same kind of issue that comes into play when we have this discussion later on about string swell soils. What I would say is when if we do say we want to allow large lot development, I think the undergrounding of utilities becomes a very prohibitive issue for that type of development. If we decide that large lot by right development in the county is rural, we start putting that utility underground, that's a huge cost. And part of the issue we're having, because believe me, I've become the guy that gets all the Comcast franchise calls. So we have a requirement with Comcast in that franchise agreement. I'm not sure that anyone on a 10-acre lot will ever get cable service because of the distance off the road and the distance and the number of houses. So
Mark,
that's
may I ask
something to
you a
look at.
question? Because you're on a good point, but if I'm the developer, I don't really do it. Don't they do it? Doesn't Dominion Virginia Power? Don't I give the dedication, for
well, there's a
easements?
cost. Still a cost. There's a cost to that developer to have Dominion put that power line in. And I would say, strictly from a county standpoint, my planning director hat on, my concern necessarily isn't with that cost, because I would think that the developer is passing that cost in a per lot fee to whoever buys that lot. So there's a little bit of a understanding there, but I can see their issues.
But for me, I think I'm beginning to understand what you're saying. A subdivision is a subdivision is a subdivision.
Yeah,
And
that's
if
how
you're
I
going to
feel.
develop, it's a development cost associated with development. So the issue is whether you want to go ahead and treat this as a by right and exempt it from the subdivision ordinance with lesser standards, lesser requirements, or do you want to treat it, as you say, staff recommends that any division of property is a subdivision and require the same standards for the development of that property as we require for other rezonings?
Correct.
Okay.
And that plays in and is consistent with your comp plan.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No, March, but what you're saying there, I understand David's point, and I'm along those lines too. I think a subdivision is a subdivision is a subdivision. Don't play games. It is what it is. Don't wordsmith. Don't, I know people can say that. And the intent here is, the point is, it's a subdivision. It's a chop. It's a cut. It's not the way it existed. I used title examination. It's not the way it existed previously. It's divided. The question, though, is on the standards. In your recommendation that David's asked you for, you have a lot of standards in there.
Yeah.
Are you saying maybe not all the standards?
Well, I think if we want to do and we want to allow, we think large lot development is good. 10-acre lots are greater, fits in with rural character, and we want to allow it, but we don't want to exempt it, then there may be a couple of items in that checklist that I gave you that we may want to consider. One of which being the undergrounding of utilities, which has become very cost prohibitive on 10-acre lots. I mean, we're running a long distance with the utilities underground. That cost unto itself can be prohibitive, and we're covering a greater distance with that run to serve individual lots. That would be one that I readily could look at and say, if you want to do this, but you're not of the mind to exempt it, we may want to look at that piece. There's certainly others that the development community wants us to look at, which is not requiring the location of wetlands, not looking at the shrink soil requirements that are in the plat requirements that we have. From my perspective, I have to look out for the potential purchaser of that property, and I understand with shrink soils, you can go out and you can test, and it's hit or miss. But I think the ordinance requirement just says that we need to have some identification that there's wetlands, or not wetlands, shrink soils that could be present on the property. So those are some side issues, but I think at the end of the day, the big issue for us is large lot development, exempt or not, and from there we can then get into kind of a detailed discussion of what do you want to make them do or not.
So let me try.
That was my question.
Drive to the bottom line. So the question is the word whether, and I'm suggesting the answer is no. But with certain issues exempted, March, that when you bring it back for us to see, we see what those recommended exemptions are.
Okay.
Is that where we're at?
So you're saying not exempted from the subdivision, but for the standards, to look at certain standards which could be loosened or lessened?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with that. So you're okay with the large lot development,
as part of a developmental process. But you're saying that
But they're not exempt.
they're not exempt because it isn't, everybody's
Except
point is a except for certain.
a small list that he's going to provide us, which he hasn't yet.
I think Mr. Bradbury shared some concerns, you know, March, when a delineation is done for swing swell, all that then does requires is some additional soil works to be done and a footing to be changed if the swing swell is in the, don't they have to increase rebarb and all the other things that are required?
There's a footing design for shrink swell areas that they would have to use.
Right now, when they record a plat, don't they have to show where the building is going to be? No. Okay.
And keep in mind, for large lot development, we're exempting from those requirements.
All right, I'm not going to get ahead of this. Like, you just keep going where you're going.
Okay.
All right. Go.
Okay. I agree with Mr. Tucker. If you can give us, and that was the follow-up question, I think he's answered it, and Carson did a good job of summarizing that, and then that is, March, if you come back with the list on, okay, if we're not exempting, all these requirements are required. I couldn't, even at middle age, I couldn't quite read that list. No offense to you. I know you tried to put on 8.5 line up to be concise, but I couldn't read it. Are you feeling better now? All right, you feel better now. At middle age, I couldn't read it either. Anyways, so if you can give us, like Carson said, a list of those that staff thinks, look, if you're not going to exempt, then now you have all these requirements, trash receptacles, underground utilities, all this stuff that now they're going to get hit with. So the question now for staff's recommendation is, okay, here's the ones that staff thinks, look, if you're going to take that and now all of a sudden apply it, these ones we think still should look at being exempted. In other words, we're doing we're not doing a blanket exception, but we're doing specific exemptions as to requirements. And maybe give us some idea, March, in there, so we know what your kind of that thinking is, so we don't have to repeat that always with you, and you have to always on the fly remember, here's my reasons or whatever. Just a synopsis, not to burden you, but just a quick little byline or something.
We can do that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we've got 56.
I know.
Let's try to drive and get as many of them answered yes and no as we possibly can.
Okay, so let's go.
And once you give us, once one board member gives us the direction, we just need it from one board member, not all five. I mean, once someone states it, just, if you agree, just nod. That would really help us get through it faster.
But I want him to know when we go through each one of these exactly where we stand on it, up or down or somewhere in between.
Right, we are saying the same thing, but once Mr., for example, once Mr. Tucker says it, just nod your head yes or no, and then go forward, if that's okay.
Let's go to item 3.
So item 3 is an exclusion of roads and easements, areas. The proposed ordinance excludes road area, the area of road easements and right-of-way. We say maintain it, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Subdivision standings, number 11, floodplain will not be included in the area. Provision number 3 provides that the streets and buildable areas shall be located outside floodway districts. And then number 11 provides that land within the floodplain district will not be included in the minimum lot area requirements.
Yes.
Both of these, I believe, are in both ordinances. So we got a yes.
In other words, it's already in there, correct?
Yeah, it's already there.
It's been in there already.
Yeah, we didn't create it. It's in the current ordinance and it's in the proposed ordinance.
Let me ask you a question. On number 11 provides that land within the floodplain district will not be included in the minimum lot area requirements.
Right.
Why?
Well, so we have to.
As long as you're not in it and you're properly buffered and you meet your side rear yard requirements.
So let's say we have. We got to remember the lens that we're looking at this is it's not only large lot development but small lot development, half acre, quarter acre lot. So we have a quarter acre lot and 90% of it is in the floodplain and end up with this little postage stamp area that I can build my house on. That's what we're looking at. We want you to provide that quarter acre outside of the floodplain. You can include floodplain, but that minimum amount of buildable land
has to be outside.
Has to be outside of it.
Oh, the buildable land, not
right.
Okay.
So,
I thought you said minimum lot size requirement.
No. What this does is it plays in. Remember, currently we exempt large lots. Right. So.
Okay,
you can add that in.
If you're saying it's not decrementing the lot size, but the buildable area is what you're focusing on?
Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
Water and sewer. Current ordinance doesn't make any reference to the layout of water or sanitary sewer systems when developing the length and widths of subdivision blocks. We really weren't developing at that time with public water and sewer. The proposed ordinance provides language that would eliminate stagnant water, provide for adequate fire flow, hydrants, all of that in the subdivision ordinance. Our recommendation, because we're looking to drive that development to develop those 3 areas in the comp plan with smaller lots where they're based on public water and sewer, we want to maintain that language.
That's to keep, March, the language in there that you would.
Yes.
You would, if you have water and sewer, it needs to be displayed, correct?
Yes. If not, if you're on a well and septic, it doesn't really apply.
Exactly. Right. So
as long as you're on public water and sewer, this is what you need to do.
Okay. I think that makes perfect sense. I don't know what the issue really. I kind of reviewed the issue some time ago, but I'm not sure why that would be an issue because you're right. It just wouldn't apply.
Yeah.
Right.
I think some of it is that everyone's focus is large lot development. So the next issue, which is one of the 4 issues that I think we have, is the access management
yeses all
standards.
around?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Is access management. So the county should just use VDOT's access management and design standards. Both the current and proposed ordinances utilize our access management requirements and have our 3-layer pavement requirement. Staff would, this is kind of one of those policy issues for the board. Do you want to continue to use our access management requirements or look at VDOT's access management requirements?
I think you're going to get a quick answer on this one, I hope. Planning Commission developed the access management standards with Kurt Turnham back when we were on the Planning Commission. And we did because we didn't want to default to VDOT minimum standards. I want to keep them. As far as us having a minimum pavement standard that's over and above VDOT, I don't think we need that. I'm willing to default to VDOT on that because they're going to do their standard. We don't need something over and above them.
But all other keep our access management.
Keep our access management as it is.
Agreed.
So, David, just to clear that up, you're saying we have higher standards in the case you talked about, and VDOT's here, and you're comfortable with doing that? Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Only to the gravel depth and things, we actually required more than VDOT.
Right.
Just that one.
So we're going to turn it over to the state system, so it seems counterintuitive to say, well,
We're going to have a higher standard.
higher standard, and then we'll turn it over. The state says it's okay at this to adopt that, but all the other access.
But just the one thing you were, just
That
the
was
one
the one
thing.
thing that, it was 2 questions. Do we go with, a standard for paving, for roads, over and above what VDOT requires, for having it taken into the state system? That was the first question. And I said, no, we default to the state standard.
Okay.
Then the second question is whether we keep and retain the access management standards, which supersede VDOT's minimum standards.
Agreed.
And your answer to that is yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
March, when you do go through this, March, if you can just alert us which is the ones, I think I can figure it out on the fly, but the ones where the large lot issue or the private roads issue, just alert us to those because that analysis just real quickly, yes, no, and it might affect it.
So the 7th one in regards to stormwater management, floodplain areas not to be included in 10-acre lots was the question. Both the current proposed ordinance contain language stating that any land within a floodplain district will not be included in the minimum lot area requirements and will not be raised by fill. Other land subject to flood may be used. So here we are again at large lot. Current ordinance, it would exempt the large lot. Proposed ordinance, this language now in the large lot comes into play. That's kind of the basic issue here. So if you exempt the thought is we're going to require large lot development, but there are a couple of items we want to exempt from it. This could be one if we're looking at a 10-acre lot.
We've already covered this one.
Yeah, they're
We've
asking
covered
for
this
your
one, Mark, so this will be,
recommendation on
that'll
all
be
of
a
these.
follow-up.
Your recommendation.
Okay.
They're not exempted, but.
Right.
Now we've got utilities being underground. Same thing with large lot. That's coming back. For small, just so everyone knows, for small lot development, we're going to say they need to be underground. Just to be clear. This one was actually when we got a pat on the back for the change. Drinking water standards, what we did was we just changed the language in the ordinance to go with the Virginia Department of Health standards.
Yes.
Sanitary sewer appointed by DEQ versus Health Department. The current and proposed ordinance discuss the provision of sanitary. DEQ regulates sanitary sewer in Virginia. The Health Department regulates septic. We propose to keep the language the way it is.
Agree.
I think that's a no-brainer, isn't it?
Well, I don't think
March,
we
I mean, if they regulate it, it's DEQ, right?
Right,
I mean,
yeah. Number 11 is sanitary sewer. Number 8 needs to be rewritten. This is an instance where both the current and proposed ordinance contain the same language. After discussing the issue, I think we agreed that it was not an issue of concern.
Okay.
So we're going to keep the language the way it is. Lots, family division, 30-foot versus 20-foot on page 17 of the proposed. The current ordinance requires a 20-foot private road for 1 to 2 lots and a 40-foot wide private road for 3 or more lots. Again, after discussing the issue, it became not a non-issue.
Okay.
All right. Good. Solid waste receptacles. This is the one where we've got the Herbie Kirby's, if you will, out there.
Eliminate.
Yeah. Flag lots. This is the other biggie. So the current ordinance and proposed ordinance contain the same language regarding permitting flag lots. And we had a workshop with the board where there was a discussion of eliminating flag lots. So the only caveat that staff has is obviously a cul-de-sac lot, which doesn't have the required minimum frontage because it's kind of coming in at that triangle point to the center point, that you have to allow for that one under that definition. The flag that we're talking about is that 30-foot that runs up and comes into the road, and then you got a piece of property behind it. That's one of our other big discussion points. Are we going to allow flag lots or aren't we going to allow flag lots? That's kind of the biggie.
I'm fine with it in the cul-de-sac, under the conditions that you and I talked about in March, where you go back to, the 220-foot building line?
Right.
I'm fine with that. You gave us several different definitions from other localities. Pick one that you think works best for you, but all of them address basically the same things.
Okay.
Their regular size.
That's what I was going to say. That's the issue that we had by, I think, several citizens, March, with the issue of defining what it is. Was that okay?
Yeah.
And I guess we have to wait for you to pick one and say this is it?
We'll say that what we will have when you come back, because I think we're staff and we're in agreement, is that we're going to have to live with this, with that standard on a family division. State code allows for family division.
Well, I was going to ask, family exemptions will not be affected by that.
Right.
That's irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah. We're not going to...
Family exemptions would not be applicable.
Correct.
They'd be out. Okay.
Yep. Right. Because there's several areas where this, every one of them has a 30-foot wide.
Okay, so...
language on number 15 on through lots. So
just hold on a second, Marge, not to interrupt you, just so I'm clear, that what you're doing is, just so I'm clear, you're going to give us the flag lot definition, and David, you said like on the cul-de-sacs, the real issue was the road stripping, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was the real issue here, wasn't it?
Road stripping like we saw on Freebridge Road.
Okay. Yeah. And I think there was a general consensus that we don't want a road strip. I mean, I know I'm not in favor of road stripping, and so if you define it, I think that maybe gives us, when we come back, put the meat on it. Okay.
Yeah, we will. 15 through lots, the suggestion was to rewrite it. The current ordinance has language discussing double frontage lots and reverse lots. The proposed ordinance refers to them as through lots. The two ordinances contain similar language. Staff is proposing that we keep the language as written, potentially expand on the proposed language to include the terms double frontage or reverse.
Is that just, Marge, just expanding the definition and clarifying it?
Yeah, we can expand the definition.
Fine.
Go. 16.
16, temporary measures, one-year time frame required to finish phasing. How does anyone know about this? The proposed language actually says phasing may include the installation of temporary measures. It doesn't say it shall. So this would be kind of at a stub road to another parcel, you could have a temporary measure of a temporary cul-de-sac, but the language says may. So there isn't a requirement that it happen, but it could. Keep it in it. And we say just keep it the way it is.
That gives basically discretion, right, Marge, to you guys to go from there.
The next one deals with performance guarantees. 80% of building permits don't stop permits, update remaining bonding. The current and proposed subdivisions ordinance contain language limiting the percentage of building permits issued prior to the acceptance of subdivision streets into the VDOT maintenance system to 80%. So we would suggest we maintain the language. There needs to be some enforceable limit to require the developers to get the road into the state system in a timely manner. As of this point, in reference when I did this, Chesterfield requires one layer of asphalt at 60% of building permits and to be accepted into the system by 90% with a maximum of 2 years. So our 80% is what we have in the current ordinance. I think it's what the development community knows, and we suggest maintaining the language as it's written.
But March, what was the beef there then? I don't understand.
I think that
it's 80%.
The thought is that we're punishing the builder instead of, we should allow the development to continue, but look at the bonding requirements.
That's correct. And that's the issue. And I think with the bonding up to, what is it, 125% now?
Well, that's up to 120% is what the ordinance says, but that state code doesn't allow us to go that high.
So what is the highest we can go? Because I don't want to do double jeopardy.
Where is it? I have it. I think it might be 110. I've got it in here. It's one of our many.
But quickly, you know, I think what the issue is why require both. If you're going to do the 80% and then you're going to do the 110 or whatever it is, why wouldn't the bond in and of itself work?
Well, the situation we have now is we have bonds outstanding on a number of subdivisions where the developer isn't moving on doing any of the road improvements, either because they don't have the funding to do it. And I think we can get a bond reduction, but I'm not aware, and Tom can tell me if I'm incorrect. I don't know that I've seen any language where we can get an increase in the bond as we move through the project. We can reduce the bond, but we can't increase it. So the 80% gives us a stop that says you can develop up to here, but now this needs to be your motivation to get this into the system to finish out the development. That's kind of the carrot and the stick.
It's 10%.
10%.
10% is what, Tom?
The maximum over the 100. You can have a 10% add-on for inflation and administration.
That's the max of the bond, right?
That's the state code, the max you're allowed to.
Right, the people that didn't.
Exactly.
The people that didn't finish the roads. I mean, we've had this issue before us recently, haven't we?
Yeah.
Did the bonds cover? And if they didn't cover, was it an issue of timeliness on our part in tracking that it wasn't making the progress that it should have been made? I mean, we came into this thing late, I think, on a number of the properties. Where
Lots have been sitting for 6 years.
Well, that answers my question there. So if we're doing what we're supposed to be tracking and we're making them update the bonds,
right?
What's the problem again?
Well, we're reducing the bond amount.
Reducing the bond amount, but we're doing this on some type of schedule basis, or as they go along with the development along the road.
Yeah, they can request a reduction in the bond as they complete items on the punch list. The concern that we have is that the delay in getting to that number 80, they come in, they request a reduction, we grant the reduction, they get to the 80%, and there's so much time that's gone by, the road begins to fail. So this is why I'll make my pitch, and I know we're going to go back one item. I would have said I would have kept the 3-layer pavement system, because now we're going to get a better base, which the failure rate probably isn't going to be as bad. But I think we'll have, you come in, you put down that gravel, that base layer of asphalt, and if we start reducing that bond based on that percentage of work complete, and the time period elapses, and we have a hard winter, we get a lot of snow, a lot of freeze and thaw, that road starts breaking up, we may not have enough in the bond to cover that work if the developer walks away from the project, which is what we've experienced in one development where we did pull the bond. All the estimates for the construction of the work were well over the bond amount, and it took staff sitting down with VDOT to kind of negotiate some items to get the work on the road back under the bond amount.
March, I see clearly the problem. All right, Tom, the issue is then, March, is delay. It's a delay issue when they hit that 80 or close to it. In other words, there's this stretch where the road begins to decay or get a problem. And so when you go back and pull the bond, there's not enough, what you're saying, technically to cover the bond.
Right.
Doesn't state law address that, Tom? It doesn't? I mean, in other words, there's time, I know 110%, but it doesn't, when you go to reduce the bond, is that, do you take that into account? Maybe I'm double questions here. In other words, if there's going to be a delay, you don't reduce the bond then, do you?
Well, so let's assume that everything's going along fine.
Yes.
We have no reason to suspect that there's going to be a delay. Mr. Melton comes in with his subdivision. He's got 70% of the work complete. VDOT reviews it, goes out and looks at the roads. We're all comfortable. We've got enough retainage in that bond that we can finish it out. But then he decides he goes bankrupt and walks away. And there's 5 years go by, and we've reduced the bond in good faith down to that 70%, but now the road's deteriorated beyond the 30% that we have remaining. How do you pay for that? We can't go after Mr. Melton. He's gone. We have a reduction in the bond. That's what we had at the subdivision. We pulled the bond on here in the county was the amount of money we had left was 127, and the estimates in the beginning for work was 185, over 200,000, 288, $288,000, and we had a $127,000 bond.
And we actually had to do our own redesigning of the project.
So Mr. Altman, you and I talked briefly about this the other day. Do we have to reduce the bond?
Yes.
Yes.
By law, we have to reduce the bond.
Yes.
State law requires it.
March question, though.
Yes.
How, let me ask, I got the problem you described me, but now they're going to zero in on it. 80% building permit. How does that resolve that problem in that situation? He went bankrupt before he hit 80.
Well, what the thought would be, that's the worst case scenario.
Okay,
so
that's my point, though. You gave that example, though.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to get specific. So how does it help?
Well, in this instance, if he goes bankrupt, it doesn't help us any at all.
All right.
Then we go pull the bond, and we try to get control of the properties if the bank will let us do that so we can recoup our money. But I think in general, what we're trying to do is we're trying to give the developer some motivation to work towards getting the road in the system in order to get those. The system works well in a stable economy. Where the system fell apart was when the real estate market tanked. And then the General Assembly, with their white hat, comes riding in and says, hey, you know what? We're going to give everybody a moratorium until 20 whatever. With that, in the development world, everybody went, oh, well, I don't have to do anything until this moratorium ends. Well, the reality is that isn't the case. The language in the law didn't say you got a free pass until that point in time. But that's for the development community, and a lot of local governments said, well, hey, this thing says 2017, we're out until then. And then we have this delay. So in the stable economy, the 80%, you hit that mark, you want to finish out your development, move on to the next project, you get that project in the state system. And it worked well up until the crash of the real estate market. And I think our position is it's the language currently in the ordinance, and it's the language proposed in the ordinance. We're not talking about changing anything. We recommend leaving it the way it is.
Can I add something too? One other incentive the 80% does give you is if we use the scenario of the developer going bankrupt, the bank now has an asset that they want to maximize, and so the bank may be incentivized to work with us on the road completion so that those remaining lots also have value to them. So it gives you some leverage on the lender as well if in fact the developer goes bankrupt, that you can negotiate something potentially with the lender because he's going to want to maximize the asset value of what he's taken.
But wouldn't a crash actually the 80% work the other way policy-wise? I have a development. I'm just thinking this through for a second. I have a development and I have an 80% requirement, but if I can sell another lot, it might increase my cash flow, which means if I'm able to bond it, I have my bonding requirement, I understand that, but I'm developing this piece of property, I'm struggling, I'm having a problem, I'm in trouble, my cash flow is a problem, that's the problem. I've got too much dirt, not enough cash. When you hit the 80, you can't sell, you're stuck. If you don't have that, isn't that the opposite? Or is there an argument for the opposite?
Well, I think you could make an argument, and obviously the development community will make that argument, but I think our perspective is the 80% is supposed to get the road in. We have roads that either have more than 3 homes on them, have 10, 15 homes on them, are at the 80% or maybe even above, and the developer isn't trying to get the road into the system. So our effort, again, same kind of issue with the wetlands location and others is we're trying to look out for that owner in that subdivision, that there is some threshold which the developer needs to get that into the system. He needs to follow through on the promise made to these purchasers that there's going to be a state road here.
Last question. 2017 moratorium next year, or actually 2 years from now.
Right.
Game changer or not? Does it go away? And does this affect anything in the sense you said that he did this moratorium? You gave two reasons. One, the downturn.
Yeah.
Policy reason. Second policy reason, moratorium. So if the moratorium does away with, do we go back to the way it was or not? In other words, things were working well before the moratorium.
Yeah, I think the General Assembly, in its infamous wisdom, I think will probably have some level of extension, would be my guess. But the language in the state code provides for the grandfathering, if you will, but I don't know where they're going to be. But if they eliminate it, then we fall back under the language that's in our current code, which gives them the 2 years to get finished.
Well, no, the moratorium actually doesn't have anything to do with road completion anyway. What the moratorium has to do with is approved subdivisions. Right. Normally, they would expire. Right. And what the moratorium says is we're not going to allow you to expire these subdivisions before 2017. But once they've started on a subdivision, they're still subject to the timing requirements on road construction. And that's what March was talking about. The builders got confused. They thought it gave them a 2017 date to even have to do the roads.
We have staff recommending and asking us to support him. I'm fine. Let's give March the ability to be able to do what he wants to do. And if we need to visit it at another time, let's visit it. But I think we need a trigger. March is recommending to us the 80%. Let's just move on and support his recommendation of the 80%. How about it? And then we can visit it.
We're going to look at it again, so yes.
And if it, to Barry's point, it could be a good thing, where in 17 it could be a disaster. Who knows? But I think we should support staff on this recommendation. So, you okay? Okay. Let's move on.
Moving on to 18, the bonding requirements for sidewalks, water, sewer, street lights. The current ordinance addresses, quote, all improvements required to be installed by the subdivider. So that would include sidewalks, water and sewer, street lights, stormwater, E&S, those things. The language in the proposed ordinance really breaks that down by a specific type of improvement. Where the old one didn't, this one just delineates these are the types of improvements we're talking about. So we're saying keep the language.
Agree.
Yes.
The next one is the bonding requirement is a 2-year time frame. The owner may have no control, amount of performance bond guarantee or estimate, contract by contractor, not by engineer. So our current ordinance and the proposed ordinance both provide for a 2-year term for the completion of improvements covered by the bond. And we would say keep the proposed language. We have been working on all the bond reductions that we do to have a contractor's estimate, not an engineer's estimate of the cost of work. So we're already kind of doing the contractor piece, not the engineer piece.
Quick question, Mark. Is this, can this be updated every 2 years?
The bond?
Yeah.
I don't think we can. Not under the code.
No.
Yeah, the code says you post the bond at the beginning. There's no ability to increase that bond. We just have the ability to make reductions to the bond. Moving on to 20, there's an item number 11 which requires information on adjacent properties. The feeling is it's not needed. This relates to plats. We require in both the current and proposed ordinance to have that adjacent property owner information on the plat. We would recommend keeping it.
Agree. Agree.
No change really. It's not really a change.
Soils and wetlands items, detail work not needed at preliminary plat level. The current and proposed subdivision ordinance contain the same language. Concern was expressed regarding the necessity of the data at preliminary review and the cost to develop that data. Preliminary plats, and we have to remember now, you're not required to do a preliminary plat anymore under state code unless there's 50 more lots. So if this is a small lot development of 10 lots, you're not going to have to do this because we can't require a preliminary lot. You will have to do it at final plat but you won't be doing it at the preliminary level.
No brainer.
Okay.
Go. No brainer.
22, construction plans. This is an item regarding the finished contours be equal to something, require for small lot residential and commercial, but not large lot. Only require profiles and road sections. So this is another one of those items where we exempt large lot development, and they're not doing contours on large lot development plats. They're only providing them for the roads that we're developing in those, and the drainage easements and things. So this is one of those large lot pieces.
And this will be addressed in your recommendation.
Yep.
All right, wait for that update. All right.
The next item is the plan scale is 50-foot versus 5 is too large. The recommendation would be to use a 100 versus 10. The current ordinance allows street profiles on construction plans to be designed at a horizontal and vertical of a scale of 1. It should be 1 inch equals 10 feet, not 1 inch equals 10 inches. The proposed ordinance requires profile sheets at a horizontal of 1 inch equals 50 feet, vertical scale of 1 inch equals 5. Both ordinances include language that allows staff to approve the use of another scale. So we're saying this is the recommendation, but if we look at it and it doesn't require that level of detail, staff has the ability to say you can do it at a different scale. So we propose keeping the language as it is in the ordinance.
Marge, they can just check with you on that before they submit something. I guess they could, or do they need to submit it first? I mean, that's the issue. And you do all the work and submit it, and then say, oh, we don't need that. Is that the issue?
They would check with we'd check with us, or if we got a preliminary, then we could look at it.
Okay.
Final scale of plats, number 72, should their recommendation is it should be we're requiring 1 inch equals 100 feet. They say that it should be determined by the designer. Current proposed ordinances require that the scale of the final plat be 100 feet or less to the inch, or an approved scale approved by staff. So we would say maintain the current language. We could end up getting a plat with a tiny little old lot on it.
I'm okay. I think, you know, Mr. Williams addressed this a long time ago.
David needs it.
Yeah, I need it too. I'll second that.
All right.
So do I.
25, show building sites on recorded map. Why have it? Doesn't the building official address it? This gets back to that shrink swell issue. This code provision requires soils analysis to be completed prior to final plat approval and designated building site for each lot shown on the plat free of moderate or high strength swell soils, and a note placed on the lots. We recommend maintaining the language. The inclusion of the building sites and notes on lots with moderate to high strength swell protects the lot purchasers.
All right, this goes back to what I was talking about, I think, earlier, I was trying to get to. If you're recording on the final plat the building site, that can change, can it not?
Yes. But so this is another one of those items that currently under the large lot, you're exempting them out, so this doesn't come into play. So this is kind of one of those other pieces.
But is this the way we do it in other localities? When you record a final plat, do you have to show the building site, and if the building, or if that particular land, you know, according to shrink swell map, show up with, you know, those soil types?
There usually isn't like a block. There's usually a note on the lot that says it has high levels. If that area has it based on soil maps that we have.
Yeah, the soil maps.
Then you have a note on those lots which have
But
that
you don't have to go ahead and
indicator.
do the soil analysis at that time. You do the soil analysis when you actually are required to, you know, with the building inspector, right?
Yeah, we just talked about having a note on the plat, and they can utilize the soils maps that we have online and that are available through soil conservation.
Marsh, let me drill down on that, because your language says the code provision requires a soils analysis be completed prior to final plat approval, and a designated building site for each lot is shown on the plat free and moderate. Okay. We have a map, though, of shrink swell. Does that satisfy it? They refer to that as a note?
We
Saying
have,
C.
right, we have a soils analysis provided by Soil and Conservation District, which I believe is utilized in other communities to look at areas which have high potential for high levels of shrink or moderate shrink swell soils. The note being made on the plat, and then what you do is when you buy that parcel, and you know that that's there, where you decide to put your house, you're going to have to do soils analysis there per the building official, or come up with a alternative foot and foundation design to accommodate for as well.
All right, so I think that addresses the issue. In other words, it's not at the, I understand when they get the building site, they've got to do that.
Yeah.
The soil analysis, though, they can refer to. Is it clear, though, March, is that clear that they could refer on the plat, see the shrink swell soil?
We'll clean that up.
Yeah, I think that was the issue.
Because it definitely says the code provision requires a soil analysis to be completed prior to
final plat
approval. So
That
says very clearly.
This is one of those, and this is one of those where I think we'll be looking at that large lot versus smaller lot. On quarter-acre lots, you may need to spend the money to go in there because the lot sizes are so small. Large lots, it may not be a requirement. So we're going to look at that. I got a note on the large lot piece and a note to look at the language to clean it up.
All right, go.
Environmental issues. County and engineers need help from DEQ. This is regard to the stormwater management plan requirements. The county did opt out of the stormwater management program, allowing DEQ to administer the program currently in the county. Staff recommends that the language be maintained in the ordinance. So this language isn't in our current ordinance because stormwater regs didn't come about. They came about recently. So we're saying that keep the language in the current one. Currently, DEQ monitors that stormwater, general permit requirements for construction activities resulting from land disturbance to or greater than 1 acre. At some point in time, I think we've said this, these requirements are probably coming back to us at some point in time. So having the language in the code isn't necessarily going to hurt us. It's just going to be there when ultimately I think we're going to have to regulate the stormwater management plan program at some point in time.
I think the concern is, March, is that having it in there now when we're not doing it.
Right, but they still have to do it for DEQ.
Well, do it through DEQ, but is that what it says in the proposed ordinance? That,
yes. The proposed ordinance has language that says that they need to provide, and it's not. We get into. It's actually at the very end of the ordinance on page 145, and it talks about a conceptual plan. That they have to prepare a conceptual plan that shows wetlands, perennial streams, intermittent streams, stream buffers, floodplains, forests and other mature or native vegetation, steep slopes, soil types. So I think from my perspective, ultimately this stuff is coming back to us. Having it in our code now, if they're having to prepare it for DEQ, I don't see the problem. But, I would maintain the language just knowing that at some point, probably in the nearer future than we would like, we're going to have to deal with this program ourselves.
March, you're just saying basically what this does is, and we don't know what those are because we opted out, right, Tom? We opted out, and so DEQ hasn't really put the meat on the bones yet, so to speak, and they may, who knows when they're going to do it. But, and I understand, March, what you're saying, but I think David's point is, are we being left in an interim limbo in the sense that somebody goes to do this, and then they don't have the DEQ guidance yet, so what do you do? In other words, they want this approved, and we've got the language in the ordinance, and I understand the state law and all the interplay, but is there a problem? Isn't there a problem there?
I think what we're requesting is what DEQ wants to look at.
Whatever they, okay.
Yeah, what we're requesting is what's going to be submitted to DEQ.
And if DEQ doesn't have anything yet, then I get the green go light. I guess I do, right?
No, DEQ
They haven't, in other words.
DEQ has been developing their requirements.
Right.
And we can go back and make sure we're following the same line.
But they're not going to be able, in other words, if I submitted one yesterday or today or tomorrow, and we change this ordinance and we say we're looking at DEQ for this, but DEQ hasn't done anything yet, I pass? I collect $200, so to speak?
Well,
I get to go?
DEQ is doing it now.
Right, but they're not effective, Tom.
They're evolving.
Well, that's what I mean. The question is, I guess, the effective date, and do they back up? In other words, that's, I think, the question, David. Is that what you're kind of hitting at? Is this, I guess we don't know exactly what that's going to do. I think that's the fear here. You stick it in there, and is that then retroactive? They can reach back and say, wait a minute, you shouldn't approve that because, you know what, our regulations, we didn't have them yet, we got them now. And I know that's a DEQ question, Tom, but you see what I'm saying is we put that language in there. How do you know you're not going to be subject to that?
We're not, currently we aren't regulating the stormwater management part of.
Right, I know that. I understand that. We gave it to them and said, you do it. I guess it would be, maybe, March, the question is, if it is effective, then we begin to enforce that in our ordinance. If it's not effective, we blame DEQ if they make it retroactive, and we went ahead forward.
Yeah, well, ultimately, it's DEQ's enforcement of the program, and what the language says, a complete stormwater management conceptual plan or layout shall be submitted to Powhatan County either with preliminary plan, preliminary subdivision plat, final plat, or other submittal prior to final plan and order. And it just says that the VMPs, post-conduction, that the volume reduction, quality control, the requirements of it references the state code section in the Code of Virginia. So what we're doing is we're referring to the requirements of the state code. You've got to do this under state code, which is what DEQ is requiring you to do.
Okay,
And what
all
we
right.
can do is we can go and look and see what DEQ's submittal requirements are.
Okay.
And track that.
All right, thank you.
But then you got to stay in sync with them all the time. If they change.
Well,
You better
we're going to
off-
have to stay in sync with their requirements.
I know, but right now, you're only going to the code.
Right.
Well, we can just reference the code section.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And eventually,
Okay.
it probably will come to us anyway, because they're
All
going
right.
to wash their hands of it.
I understand, March, thank you.
Okay. 27 flag lots. Here we go.
Done.
Done. 28 done?
Done. Isn't 29 flag lots done?
29 was looking
Single
at,
cut.
yeah. This is flat, this is 30 foot for single cuts, then we have 30 foot for large lots, 30 foot for family divisions, and the family divisions we were okay with is which number 31.
Okay, so you've answered 29, 30, and 31.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
32 is that private road piece. Current ordinance limits private roads to 10 or more unless Planning Commission grants an exception for controlled access, gated communities. We're saying maintain the language.
That's once again the private road issue, though,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
gives you a maximum of 10 lots on the private road.
That's what we have to do. Correct.
Okay.
33, Article 3. This is for primary subdivision standards. Number 11, the land included or excluded within the floodplain. Number 12 is how to determine. The current proposed ordinance contained language related to number 3. Number 3 states that streets and buildable areas, this kind of relates to the item above. We're saying that the language in both 11 and 12 is in both the current and proposed ordinances. 11 excludes land in the flood district from the minimum lot area. 12 states if there's a floodplain in an area, in a lot, then the residences have to be 10 foot from the floodplain. So there's 10 foot from the floodplain, which is horizontal, and then 1 foot above the flood elevation, which is vertical. And the language in number 3 is new. The county doesn't want to encourage the construction of streets in and the creation of lots where the buildable areas are in the floodplain. So we want to maintain the language. Now, our floodplain ordinance does allow you to build, but we don't want to encourage it.
But give me that again, March. It doesn't, we don't want to encourage it, but it does allow, with regards to streets and the streets, is that what you're talking about?
No, the houses.
The houses themselves.
Yeah. The floodplain ordinance in our zone, the floodplain section of our zoning ordinance allows you with a permit to build in the floodplain finished floor, 1 foot above flood elevation.
Right.
We can't prohibit that, but we don't want to encourage the development of roads
Right.
and other improvements in the flood area.
Right, okay, I've got you. Because number 3 is the new one.
Right.
Right.
Number 34, along private local streets, why have driveway spacing on the private road? Does this really apply to private road? The current ordinance does not speak to driveway spacing on private streets, except that Appendix B excludes cul-de-sacs, dead ends, and subdivision streets from the access management standards. The proposed ordinance contains language and spacing requirements related to both public and private streets.
Isn't this one of your recommendations specific on whether
private
exempting
road,
it
why
again?
would we care about a driveway spacing on a private road?
It's in the ordinance.
March, isn't this one of your
We allow
specific
private
ones
roads
again?
at
Isn't this
all.
the specific one, keep or not keep? In other words, we don't exempt. If we don't exempt, then we have to look at these
No,
and say,
that's flag lots.
Yeah, this would be, well, on private roads, we have a private road standard, which would be why are we regulating driveway distances between driveways on private roads? So we do it on public roads, but the valid question is, why would we do it along private streets? What I've said is that the provision of these requirements is in the proposed ordinance is an extension of the county's access management standard for providing properly designed and safe transportation systems. And additionally, the provision for standards along private streets is consistent with the provide design and construction standards for private roads and residential residents of the development. Kind of a policy issue. If you don't care what driveway spacing standards are on private roads, and it's a private road and it's their issue to deal with, then we can take that portion
Get to
out.
the private property rights to me if you're on a private road. If you're on a public road, I think we should have something to say about it on a private road. To me, it gets into private property rights. If I want to put my driveway on the edge of my property and the other guy wants to put his and we right beside each other, it's a private road. To me, it's kind of like...
March does, this only really is applicable, March, though, if we
allow
keep the private roads, right?
Right,
Exactly.
yeah.
If you keep the private roads as a hybrid or otherwise, then you got to make this decision on whether there
If
should
you do
be...
away with private roads, it's a non-issue.
Okay.
So where are you vis-a-vis what Billy put on the table?
So if you allow
Why do we
private
care?
roads, would you care that you want to regulate where the driveways go? Or if you don't allow private roads, you don't have to worry about it at all?
We just need your answer.
Well,
We just need, if we keep private roads, what do you want to do?
I understand the question is this, though, isn't a private road could eventually be accepted into the state system, and then you've got people traveling down there. I understand the property rights issues he's raised. I'm just playing this out for a second. You adopt it, you say you're going to keep the private roads. Those can be accepted, correct? If I know it doesn't happen frequently, but it could. I mean, they get together and they get it up to standard and they want it accepted. Now, do you have an issue regarding school buses? Do you have an issue regarding rescue? Do you have an issue regarding fire? Do you have an issue regarding true access issues? I mean, I don't, I mean, that's, and then what you've got is, do you have a mixed bag?
Does VDOT regulate driveway entrances on a public road at this point?
I don't think that they do.
They don't?
Okay.
To my knowledge.
So they would get accepted.
So it's no different. They don't.
Well, then let me give the thing. March, you're on point. Policy-wise, what's your reason why?
Well, my feeling was that if we were going to do it, we had just have consistency from public road and private road access management standards. Now, if we're not worried and concerned with, and VDOT doesn't, well, here we have an instance where VDOT doesn't regulate, but we got to look at ours. Do we? And I've got to have to go back and look. Do we regulate? And the proposed ordinance is saying that we should, and we have a big section on here in here about driveway standards. The current ordinance doesn't.
But if you were developing a neighborhood, sometimes the driveways need to be right beside each other, and other times they need to be spaced apart, depending upon topo of the property and all those things. I'm not sure why we would choose to feel like we got to tell them where the driveways need to be in a subdivision, or even what VDOT doesn't require it on a state public road at this point. I'm not sure why we.
Well, so if we turn to page 97 and 98, the driveway intersection standards that we're talking about are our access management standards. They're not looking at just subdivision streets. It's looking at major arterials matter. Now, there is a local, which we have a distance between driveways. So that's our access management standards. So number 2 in there is what, along private local streets, is what that concern is. We could just get rid of that. It's referring us to the table below.
But those don't apply to private roads right now, do they?
No.
March? I mean, they don't apply to this issue at all right now.
No.
I mean, there's nothing.
No.
I mean, in other words, under the context when they did this through the Planning Commission, this wasn't being applied to these.
Yeah, but I think what we look at, we also look at the thought that there could be private road development that isn't just residential. You could have private roads within a commercial development, which we have an example of that in the county now at State Mill.
I thought of that angle.
So we're looking, and I think the ordinance, and so my only caveat in all of this is I wasn't around, but my guess is there was a thought that we would make the access management standards consistent for public and private roads. So there's one standard across the board regardless of what we're doing.
I wasn't involved in this one either at all.
So this is really us making our minds up which way we want to go here.
I just
Keep it parallel to what we've got elsewhere or do away with it. That's what it
You know,
comes
some
down
people
to.
live on a private road, don't want to be regulated by government.
Right.
I mean, there's one in my district that is a wonderful private road, and those people say, we don't ever want to be, and they like living on a private road because they don't want government telling them what they can and can't do, you know?
But I think, again, we're talking about more than just
Private.
residential.
I understand. I hadn't thought of the commercial side.
Yeah.
So.
Was that your real concern, March? I mean,
I think that's
the
what-
real concern is there's a commercial situation, and then what you got is, that's a different animal.
Right.
It's a whole
It's a whole different animal. All right.
So maybe the recommendation is to have it, if there is commercial private roads, to have some type of spacing requirements or access management triggered. But maybe not if we choose to keep private roads in certain
If we choose to keep
sections
them.
or wherever.
If it's a
maybe you don't
commercial.
worry about it on a private road.
Okay.
I'm all right with that.
I'm moving on. I got my
Oh,
answer.
yeah, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, look, be gone.
The next one in dealing with lots, 30-foot of frontage flag lot. I think we've
What
dealt
number
with
are you
that
on,
one.
March?
35.
35. We're done. We've dealt with that
Well,
one.
get there.
165.
So this is a flag lot?
Got it?
We did this.
Flag lot.
This will be
It's
addressed by
done.
flag lot,
It's
right?
done.
It's done.
Deals with that flag lot piece. The next one deals with the soils requirement. So the proposed ordinance provides for conservation subdivision, in the conservation subdivision, and requires that areas containing prime farmland soils and soils susceptible to accelerated erosion be preserved. We have prime farmland as a layer on our GIS. So the question was, could we use the GIS? Where do we find the USDA, Natural Resource Conservation Service? So NRCS has a webpage that has a tool that shows those items. I think we have data. So yes, you could use our GIS to determine this.
So there's a way for them to determine this.
Yes.
Move,
We
go.
would say keep the language.
Long as they find it.
37 is flag lot.
Yes.
38 is flag lot. 39 is flag lot. 40 is flag lot, and 41 is flag lot, correct?
Oh, I like you in charge.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
She's taking
42.
over.
42, lot corners, so that iron pin that's being put in at our lots. The current ordinance requires the placement of iron pins at all accessible points in the subdivision boundary and at our lot corners. The proposed ordinance doesn't, so we would propose adding that language to the ordinance.
Agree.
40.
So when they subdivide,
Right.
they're going to put the pins in.
Put a pin in the ground. Right now, we require it, but we're not saying that you have to actually put the lot corners in. It does require monumentation on the boundary of the subdivision, but not internal to the subdivision. 43, no lot or parcel created by such division may be sold unless it has been approved. The current and proposed ordinances contain language limiting the transfer or sale of land in the county without an approved or recorded plat in the clerk's office. So this is actually language that comes from the state code. The state code says that you can't sell a piece of property until you record the plat in the clerk's office.
It's a
So
no-brainer then.
there's a statutory requirement there that says
That's it basically, Tom, is that the case? In other words, you can't sell it unless it's
It's going to be recorded.
it's platted.
So it's not a county approval, it's a state requirement.
It's a state code requirement. Yeah, it's if you go, it's in the state code at 15.2, 2254 says that you.
So if it's a state requirement,
we have no choice.
Let me ask you this: currently, I mean, the way the ordinance is drafted, that's still the case now, isn't it, Tom? I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if our ordinance doesn't say that, you can't do it. Can you?
It's state law requires, it says no person shall subdivide land without making a recording on plat of the subdivision without fully complying with the other provisions of this article, which has a recording requirement.
Okay, so it's a kind of a.
And we currently require it.
We're just spelling it out.
Yep.
Go.
All right. 44, preliminary plats expire in 5 years by state law versus 3 years in our ordinance. So the ordinance section, 152260F says once a preliminary plat is approved, it shall be valid for a period of 5 years, provided that, one, the subdivider submits a final subdivision plat for all or a portion of the property within 1 year of such approval or such longer period as may be prescribed by local ordinance, and two, thereafter diligently pursues approval of the final subdivision plat. Both our current proposed ordinances provide that a preliminary plat is valid unless the subdivider does not submit a final plat for approval within 3 years. Okay, so while the state code does say a preliminary plat is valid for 5 years, that is provided that the final plat is submitted for approval within a year or such longer period as may be prescribed by local ordinance. For us, that's 3 years. So I would say you maintain the language as it is. Our language isn't saying you don't have 5 years, because we have to do 5 years. That's what the state law says. I think ours says, in addition to the 5, you have 3, not 1. And that's what is in both the current and proposed ordinance.
In addition, I was with you right up to the end.
Yeah, right. So the state law says
5.
Thou shalt have 5 years
to do a
or
final.
Whatever or longer period as prescribed by local ordinance.
Okay.
And for us, that's 3 years. And I think the thought was, we're not giving you 5 years to do anything. We're only giving you 3. Well, state law says we have to give you 5, plus we're giving you 3. That's what instead of the 1. The state law says 5 years, and within 1 year you have to have it, or other period as prescribed
Or
by local
longer. In
ordinance.
other words, we've given them, actually, it's a longer period of time.
Correct.
You got
We've
the
given them
5,
more-
and then you can actually, instead of 1, you actually get 3.
Correct. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
And that's what the current and proposed ordinances say.
Go.
45, construction plans to expire in 2 years versus VDOT, who is our plan review agency. They expire in 5. The current subdivision ordinance doesn't place a time limitation on construction plans.
Do it.
So we could increase it to 5 years.
So it doesn't even do that. It just, we can just track VDOT. Is that what you're recommending? Mm-hmm. It's 5.
Yep.
46 is flag lot.
Then in 47 is the 80% again.
Already did that. 17 above. Yep.
Right. 48 is the current ordinance, or the proposed ordinance discusses 125%, where we can only do 110.
Right.
So we have to change that.
Okay, yeah, just correct that.
By
I think
state
that'll...
law.
Can we just do this?
Strength swell is, we kind of covered
We
that
already
above.
covered that one.
Floodplains, we covered it in 33 above.
Number 6.
Access management standard requirements, we covered that above. Pavement standard requirement, we'd already done that. Stormwater management, we've
Number
done that.
26.
And 454, additional entrances, secondary access point, boulevard entrances. So staff put this one in there. Both the current and proposed subdivision ordinances allow a divided boulevard entrance to count as 2 or a secondary access point.
Agreed, David. We had that problem with Aston.
Yeah. So the current ordinance provides the director the discretion to allow it, but the proposed ordinance allows it by right. Staff doesn't like it.
I think it needs to go away.
Yeah. It's a boulevard entrance is not 2 points of access, it's 1 point of access. So we're recommending deleting the language and allowing a divided boulevard entrance to count as 1. It's 1 entrance.
Not 2.
Not 2. It's 1. It's because it's one-way traffic on each side of the median. It's not 4 lanes of traffic.
I'm with you.
Okay. And our last issue, the definition of large lot, which I said unmistakably said we didn't have one, but we do. So that goes away.
Just one clarification on that, March. I think on that, it just said large lot subdivision. I think the issue was large lot. I don't know. It might be just that you put an asterisk footnote in there that large lot subdivision with the extra language. The word subdivision on there means large lot. In other words, see herein, I think maybe that, it's a technical issue that the exact word is not defined. It's large lot subdivision, not large lot. In other words, and of course, you've already kind of defined that with interior that it's the 10 acres or more. I understand that, but maybe I think the issue wasn't fully clear to somebody.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, Mr. Tucker.
I do want to make sure that we recognize Mr. Bradbury and Mr. Kofer and Mr. Sowers for the diligent work that they did plowing through this proposal line by line. And we appreciate you sticking with us and being so detailed and being here again tonight. We really appreciate it. And staff, too, for the way you've tried to bring all this stuff together, March, and your staff. Thank you, Mr.
I would echo that, and what I'd say, Mr. Kofer and Mr. Bradbury, if you've taken some notes and you still have some concerns, please reach out to any of us and share those, and we will try to do the best we can to understand your concerns. So, guys, thank you for the work. I know it's late, and we have just public comment period coming back. Anybody wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. County Administrator comments?
Just one comment, there is a board workshop this Wednesday, 2 nights from tonight, May 20th, 6 p.m. in this very same location.
Quick question.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
When are we going to have a workshop on litter?
Litter is on June
11th or 15th?
15th. June 15th. We've got all the workshops scheduled out. We had to push workshops out.
Because we've been pushing the ordinances back, pushing the ordinance back.
Well,
we
if we
moved
don't, I didn't want
No, we're not going to forget litter. I can assure you that.
Everything that we had scheduled
Guess what? We've gotten too many
on
contacts.
these 2
too many
dates have
phone
been
calls.
pushed out so we can accommodate this. So we sat down and scheduled everything.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. There was some question raised at the break on the Resolution 2015-49, the $75,000 for the 2 sheriffs. And the question that was raised was the outcome of the vote. It wasn't clear, and pursuant to Robert's rules, a vote can be retaken at the chair's initiative, and there was some question as to whether it was unanimous or whether there was a nay vote. And so I would recommend that the chair clarify what the final vote was on that resolution.
So I just need to ask for clarification on the resolution R 2015-49?
Just clarify the outcome on the vote, yes, sir. That would be my recommendation.
Mr. Norvig? Aye. Whoever you are, Mr. Tucker?
Aye.
Whoever you are. Mr. Williams?
No.
Mr. Hodge?
No.
Mr. Melton, aye. So the motion passes 3-2.
Tom, thank you for that.
Thank you, Tom. Any board comments at this time?
Good night.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Please go home. Or wherever you're going.